Sup, players? Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. It is loud outside. It is Monday, June 16th, and today is day 34 in Karen Reed's second trial. And we're going into verdict watch again. We're going back to verdict watch. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let me make my little day 34. This is the first full day of verdict watch. Maybe the first full day. Maybe we won't even make it a full day. What do you think?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternates. So I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Here to follow me.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling?
Jurors exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay.
With the court.
Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Iannetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtron. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked
His
at it a couple
voice.
minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Whoop. All rise.
Why was I in a good mood until I heard Hank's voice? Why? Why does his voice irk me so badly? So, good morning, jurors. Good morning, jurors. That's how I should have been saying it to y'all all along. Instead of sup players and good morning, 13th jurors, and good morning, crime junkie jurors, I should have been saying, good morning, jurors. Were you able to follow those 3 little rules? No? Then get out. His voice before breakfast just lost my appetite. Thank goodness I ate mine a couple hours ago. Because I'm so nervous and I'm not the one on trial. Who, if anyone, is really nervous? Everyone? No one? Thank you. This is called, I'm going to put a braid in my hair because I was in the pool yesterday and didn't feel like washing it again this morning. That's what this hairdo is called. Did y'all see? Hold on. Let me show you. For those of you who didn't see, let me show you. I got to take most of yesterday off. I had to work a little bit. But I got to take most of yesterday off and spend some time with Chat Daddy for Father's Day and the zoo crew. So, come on, Lucy. Hold on, I want to show you the video of her swimming. Look at the little baby. Look at her swimming. So she's in the back side of the pool with Chat Daddy, and watch her swim. Come on, Lucy. Go, Lucy. Come on, Lucy, go. Come on, Lucy, go. Good girl. Look at that baby. Come on, Lucy. Go, Lucy, go. Come on, Lucy, go. Come on, Lucy, go. Good girl. Isn't she the cutest? We had the whole zoo crew out there. Lucy, we have like on the front side of the pool, we have like, what's it called? Like a tanning ledge or something, whatever it's called. But it's like the perfect height for Lucy because she could walk around right there without it, you know, without it having to swim. She can, like, it's the perfect, the sun shelf. Thank you. It's like the perfect height for her to just kind of walk around. And so Tinsley and Scout were right here, and then you can't see it, but like Emmy was off to the side, and like, I mean, basically like just the whole group, zoo crew hanging out. Come here, Lucy.
Lucy, what you doing?
She just likes to walk around on the
Little water dog.
I'm gonna tell you. Come here, kind of cute.
Lucy, what you?
My little fur baby. So we got to hang out with the zoo crew yesterday. Love them. Love them. I am so obsessed. I know. So cute. Bruce Leroy was jealous. Bruce Leroy, I wonder if he does get jealous because we talked to him the whole time. I was just out there hanging out with him. He had a big breakfast. He had 3 worms this morning for breakfast and a blueberry. So, but Bruce Leroy has his own little swimming pool because he can't actually swim. So in his little swimming pool, we have like these big rocks, so he can like sit on the rocks. And he likes to take a morning swim. Most of the time when we go out there in the mornings, Bruce Leroy is already out on the, like, if he's in his little pool. It's really cute. He's so cute. Last time took 5 days before there was a mistrial. Can we go over the verdict slips? Yes, I can pull those up. Let's see. All right, so all right, this is the verdict slip. Let me pull it because I've already downloaded it. Let me pull it up from the download, and then that way I can zoom in so that you can see it better. I think I did, didn't I? Here we go. All right. So this is the verdict slip. So this is the first one. So the first count is the murder in the second degree. And they have guilty or not guilty. That one's pretty straightforward. It's the second one that is the, that is the issue. Because look how much is on this one. So that's all of the, so they have the one, they start from the top and are supposed to go down, but this is why it's confusing. So this is what Yannetti was saying. There's one option for not guilty. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right here for guilty. And of course, the other ones, the first count and the third count also have the guilty. So the offense is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Do you want to go over what is required from those two? I can pull that up real quick. I've got it all broken down in the podcast episode for this week too. Oh my gosh, y'all. I was working on a podcast episode this weekend and putting together all of the stuff with, and not even all of it, just the stuff with ARCA, putting together Brennan's behavior with the ARCA stuff. When you put it all together, you really see how bad it is. And I can't wait for y'all to hear this episode because there are a couple things where I'm like, how the heck is this allowed? Not only with his behavior, but you know how he kept making the comments and he kept being told to stop making the comments and he kept making the comments anyway. When you put it all together back to back, and that's not even all of it, just some of the ones that I could fit in there. Like the podcast isn't long enough to fit all of it in there. I just gave y'all some of the highlights, the highlight reels. You can see how bad it really is. And something else that I think was a huge problem, there were a couple times when Hank Brennan is just making comments at this point. And there's one time where I went back through I went back through both of the Crash Daddies and their stuff. There were a couple times where, I think it was twice, where he's just making comments. He's not even asking a question. So Jackson objects and she's like, I'll allow it. You'll allow what? He's not even asking a question. And then, oh my God, I'm not going to ruin it all for you. Maybe if today goes too long. Maybe if today goes too long, maybe I'll play like the extended version for y'all so y'all can hear some of it. But the episode will be out tomorrow. But hearing it all back to back was wild. And something else that was just egregious, to use. What could be more egregious? Could I be wearing any more clothes? Okay, so something that was wild to me, one of the many things, was a few things. One, when, and this is in the podcast, like in more detail, but when Hank Brennan is talking to Dr. Wolf about if you were to say something misleading or make a misrepresentation or say something wrong on the record, would you want to take it upon yourself to correct it? First of all, pot calling the kettle black, number one, that's really rich coming from you. Like, Mr. Did you notice these cuts? And the FBI is the one who gave us this, not the defense. And, you know, on and on and on and on. As many misrepresentations as he's made, for him to be like on his self-righteous, stupid soapbox, asking Dr. But whatever. aside from the hypocrisy that just irks my soul, he's asking Dr. Wolf if, like, oh, if you had a, misrepresentation under oath, would you want to take it upon yourself to correct it? This is why this should not be allowed. And Jackson objected, and of course she allowed it. This is why it should not have been allowed. And this is coming from 0 days of law school. And the judge allowed it. So the jury is sitting there hearing Brennan say that Dr. Wolf made a misrepresentation under oath and didn't correct it. That's what they're hearing. That a whole podcast of just Hank talking? Absolutely not. I would go crazy. Absolutely not. I just did a highlight reel during the podcast of some of his most egregious things. The jury is sitting there hearing Brennan basically say to that Dr. Wolf said something misleading or misrepresenting something under oath and didn't correct it. That's what they're hearing. All it was he was confused about when he was asked how many times he had been qualified to testify as an expert. He said about 20. After that, he realized, the question was supposed to be testified in court. He included depositions. So he's been qualified to testify in court and depositions 20 times. If it's just in court, it's 11 times. It's a very, very minor thing. But he emailed Jackson. He was like, I realized I misunderstood this question. Don't know if you need to clear this up or whatever. And Brennan used that and turned it into a big deal when it wasn't a big deal, and made it out to be like, so you didn't even bother correcting it. You misled the court under oath and you didn't even bother correcting it when it was something so minor. And knowing that he can't. Remember Maureen Hartnett, who was like, I need to correct the record. And they were like, no, you're done. Have a nice day. So he's making it out to be like, it's so dirty. It is so dirty. It's so dirty. Oh, I watched Lawyer with his dad, and even Papa Trago said Hank went downhill in the end. He did. He spiraled. His behavior was out of control. That part made me so mad. So mad. And then there's so much that made me so mad, honestly, wait till y'all hear the podcast. Wait till you put it all together. Oh, the other big thing, and then I'll get back to the verdict slip. The other huge thing. And I didn't even pick up on it the first time. It was not until I don't think I did. I think I would have probably spiraled a little harder during all of that if I did. This is why I have to always go back and watch it twice. This is why it's like worse. The part where he's asking at the end about the piece of glass in the nose, I didn't notice it at the time that I remember. He said he called it a piece of glass or plastic, and it wasn't plastic. There's nothing. First of all, he said, are you aware that there's evidence that there was a piece of broken glass or plastic in his nose? If there was a piece of plastic in his nose, that would be a much different situation. But there's no evidence of that anywhere. And Jackson keeps objecting, and Bev's like, I'm going to allow it, which means Bev's going to allow Brennan to keep saying something that's not in evidence, something that's not true. And Jackson objects a couple times, and she's like, your objections are noted. Continue on, Mr. Brennan. It's like, I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow him to keep lying to the jury. Go ahead. What? The episode will be out tomorrow. I'm excited for y'all to hear it. There are some parts that I had to cut out because it was too long. So maybe we can play some of the cut parts at some point. It's wild. When you put it all together, I can't wait for y'all to hear it tomorrow. You have to let me know what you think. It's bad. Anyway, back to the jury instructions. Let me get to the, and I'll give you the sentencing too. We'll go over this little verdict form. Okay, so this is the one that they said was this is the one that they said it was confusing. Okay, so the second offense was the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So if you, let me find it. The jury would have to unanimously agree that Karen caused John's death by driving intoxicated and recklessly, ignoring that what she was doing created a high likelihood of danger. So it's not that she meant to kill him. She doesn't have to have intention to kill him, but she meant to drive toward him in those conditions, high speed, whatever, knowing that it could potentially, that it had a high likelihood of serious danger. That's what the first one is. So think about it like this. Let's just start with that one because that one's the top one, right? If you're on the jury and you see that and you're like, okay, not guilty. I don't think she's guilty of that. And then you look at this and you're like, okay, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Okay, so now you have to go through each of this. And there's all these different places where you have all these different things to check. But there's no not guilty on any of those. You have to go back up to the top. That's what they were talking about. Yannetti was saying that they wanted, instead of having that so confusing, to have a not guilty on each of those instead of just the one guilty on each. And then you have to go back up to the top for the not guilty of any of this offense or the lesser included or whatever. Yannetti's saying that's confusing for the jury. And Bev's like, no, we're good. You can't prove that there's anything in case law that says that I need to change it. It's like any chance, and this is my opinion. Everything I say here is my opinion. It's like she seems like she takes any chance she can get to tell the defense no. As a judge, would you not want the verdict slip, especially after having had a mistrial before over juror confusion? Would you not want the verdict slip to be as absolutely clear as possible? Would you not want that? I can't. So then there's all the lesser included. So now they have to go through each of these lesser includeds. So after they read that one, they can't even choose not guilty because it's not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included. Because now they have to go through all of these. Guilty of offense as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And then check one or both. This does it just not like is it just me? Am I too close to this case now because I've spent too much time on it? Or does it feel like just fury? Does it not feel like when you think the main thing is to make everything fair and just, right? That's what you would think. And it feels like Bev intentionally doesn't do things like that. It feels like and I gave her the benefit of the doubt for so long. I feel like it has gotten worse over time. And it feels like she intentionally does things to make things more difficult for the defense. And she intentionally goes so easy on Brennan, even when he knows he's doing wrong. He does some really messed up stuff, And she's just like, whatever. Where were your grave concerns when he's lying to the jury? Where were your grave concerns when he was lying to you? Oh, you don't have any? Oh, cool. I can't wait for this case to be over. This has been causing my aging and stress for 2 years now. Why does she deny the showing of the juror pics with the ball being drawn? Because she doesn't like transparency. She does not like transparency. She wants everything done how she wants it done. This is my opinion. This is not being stated as fact. This is my opinion. She wants everything done how she wants it done. She does not care. And the way that things are done in the other courtrooms in Norfolk aren't like that. I don't get it. I really don't. I think that it's just you should want transparency. Even the way she looked at Miss Little when they asked to have like her reconsider Easter, she was like, denied. Okay, bye. Like she's so. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I am not a fan. And the defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip is for that very reason. Because now you have to go through all of these. Let's see if we have the new proposed one. Let me see if I can. I don't think so. Oh, I guess they're going to refile it anyway because. That's what they filed was the motion to amend the verdict slip. She's going to probably deny it again, but it's good for them to get this in writing. So, the argument is, respectfully, the present verdict slip is unclear and otherwise confusing. This lack of clarity and resultant risk of confusion and error can easily, it can easily be minimized by tailoring and clarifying the verdict slip to better aid the jury in memorializing its verdict. Indeed, there is no compelling reason not to do so. I'm so glad this is in writing. Specifically, Ms. Reed proposes that the court use the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A, which presents formatting changes, not substantive changes to the court's verdict slip, that the jury has started deliberation does not preclude amendment. Indeed, the court amended the jury verdict slip in Ms. Reed's first trial while the jury was deliberating. Good point. The verdict slip is a tool designed to aid the jury. Quote, a recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcement of verdicts. End quote. Think about that for a second. A recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcing of verdicts. That is what a jury slip is supposed to be. Per case law. Per case law. Per case law. As in, that's what the big daddies and mamas say. Per case law. That's what a verdict slip is. It is a recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcing of verdicts. The whole point of it is to reduce errors. So when they're saying, hey, this is really, really confusing, and since the whole purpose of this is to reduce errors, maybe we can make it less confusing. She's like, no, I don't have to. That's wild. I gave her so much grace in the beginning for a very long time. I didn't get this frustrated with her until not long before this trial. Like, yes, I had my frustrations for sure. I just think if this is something that they specifically said that, you know, they were all caught up on, and there's a way to make it less confusing. And the reason that it worries me is seeing people talk about it on social media, seeing how so many people can't read. Okay, because if you're watching a trial all the time, you have a better understanding of how this goes than a typical juror does, right? Seeing people like who this is like their very first time ever watching a trial, and you know they're very into it because it's this one and stuff like that. Seeing those comments and those discussions about it are what really make me believe that it should be altered to be less confusing, because these jurors are not people who watch trials on, you know, YouTube because it interests them. These people are regular people. Not that we're not regular people, but when it comes to that. So I'd be interested to see the one they filed. They said they're going to refile it because it was the wrong one was filed. I've seen jury slips that literally say you are only required to reach a verdict on one count. It's that simple. I don't know why it can't be that simple this time. These jurors are regular soccer moms. Let's do a poll. We'll end that poll. 58% of you think we'll get a verdict today. We're going to do another poll. Do you think the verdict slip is too confusing and should be changed? I don't think they ever collected the neighbor's ring video. No, they didn't, because he said it doesn't catch anything. So they were like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks anyway. And Gallagher didn't worry about it because he knows, because he's picked up packages there before. So he was like, it doesn't face anything. He sent me a screenshot before when I picked up packages for him when he was out of town. So there's no need for us to be police in this case. If the jury thinks not guilty on all lesser included except they hang on OUI, the whole form would be blank. And then what? that's kind of the whole, it's kind of the whole issue, you know? Because, okay, Lucy. Shh. Lucy, calm down. There's a dog outside and Lucy's not happy about it. The top count is the highest of these. And then the other ones are lesser included, right? So if they all agree she's not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, they can't say that she's not guilty of just that one. The only option they have is not guilty of that one or any lesser included. So let's say they don't think that she's guilty of this. They move on to the next one. They're like, I don't think she's guilty of that. Unanimously agree she's not guilty on that. Involuntary manslaughter, no, I don't. We unanimously agree she's not guilty of that. Move on to the next one. Motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor and negligence. Unanimously agree she's not guilty of that. Okay, move on to the next one. Lesser included, operating under the influence of liquor. Well, she said she was buzzed in that one clip, and she was driving. And then somebody's like, well, we don't know that though, because the retrograde extrapolation wasn't, it was such a high range and we don't really know anything. And they don't agree on this. Then what? Okay, if they all unanimously agree, then they could put guilty on this one. But what if they don't? I agree they should charge everyone. So here's the thing. Okay. So Regina, let's say you're a juror and you're saying they should charge everyone for DUI that night if they're going to charge her. So there's no way I'm convicting her for, DUI. So you're one of the jurors that says there's no way. And then there's another juror who's like, well, no, she said she was buzzed in that one clip. So we should say guilty on that one. So then you're hung on that one. Let's say the jury unanimously agrees on every single one of these that she's not guilty except for the DUI. That means they're hung on all. And even though they unanimously agree that she is not guilty of this one, they can't say that. But that's the thing. They can't just choose not guilty. They don't have an option to choose not guilty for anything other than all of them. So you either have, I'm confused. That's the whole point. Because if you have somebody on that jury who just heard the one clip about her saying that, you know, she was buzzed and she wasn't as sharp driving as she should have been, and they feel like they want to convict on that one thing, and then you have other jurors who are like, no, they were all drinking. Karina Kolakithis said that she didn't act drunk. Everybody that was there said that she wasn't acting drunk. I'm not going to vote guilty for that. And then they hang on that because the jurors can't decide on that. Okay, those of you who are arguing me about her driving buzzed, you are missing the entire point here. Focus. If the jury has anybody who heard that clip and they think that they need to convict because of that clip, and then you have everybody else who's like, no, we can't convict because of that clip, because look at all of this evidence that goes against that clip, then they don't agree on that. Do you understand what I'm saying? If they don't agree on that, that's a hung jury. So they don't have the option of telling the judge, we, the jury, unanimously agree that she is not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. She is acquitted on that. We, the jury, have acquitted her of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. We, the jury, have acquitted her of guilty of a lesser included charge, involuntary manslaughter. We, the jury, have acquitted her of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor. We, the jury, are hung on the DUI. There's no option for that. If you're hung on this one, there's no box for you to check. And then that means they can recharge her with this one, even though we, the jury, have acquitted her on it. If we are struggling to agree, then of course it stands to reason that they could easily struggle as well. There is no double jeopardy because there's no box for them to choose not guilty for these. And that's because think about, like, if they're back there talking about all of this and they're, you know, they're going through all of this. If there's anything that they do get hung on, the lesser includeds are the ones that they need to make the most clear. Because reading all of your comments about everybody's talking about how this should be filled out, that's the exact problem. They submitted a new case law regarding the verdict slip. Well, they said the one that they put in there was that it's a recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcing of verdicts. It is well established that verdict slips are of no binding legal significance. A verdict, as a matter of law, requires a public announcement in open court. No verdict exists if none was announced because verdict slips are tools to aid the jury. Their primary goal, in addition to ensuring a defendant's rights, should be clarity for the jury in both understanding its charge and reporting its verdict. Watch them say, we're not hung on the verdict, but we're hung on the verdict slip. I think that's going to be, I think that this second count with the lesser included and the way that it's written is going to be the worst problem of all of this. And the defense was just knocked down when they argued this. Yes. I don't know why it's not each offense, then guilty and not guilty checkbox for each thing. Because that's the thing is like, if you say not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included, that's the only not guilty you can give on this. So that's what's kind of wild to me. It's like if you don't agree on one of the lesser includeds, but you all agree on this one, then they can still recharge her with that one. That just makes no sense to me. So we'll see what she says. I'm glad that they put that in writing this time. So we'll see if it makes a difference. I don't know that it will, but we'll see. Do you think, okay, let's end this poll. Let's do another poll. Do you think if they hang, okay, let's say that this jury comes up with the same thing as the last jury, and the second count and all the lesser included is so confusing, they end up hanging on that. But they acquit her on counts 1 and 3. Do you think they would retry her for count 2 if hung? Tatiana says, pretty simple to me. It is either not guilty or one of the options below. But that's my point. If they're hung on one of the options below, that's where the problem comes in. If they all agree, then yeah, no problem. The problem comes in if they don't all agree. That's where the problem comes in. If they all unanimously agree, on everything, there is no problem. It's maybe still is not the clearest verdict form, but they can ask and clear that up. If they all agree, it's not that big of a problem. It's still confusing. We've seen it's still confusing for, a lot of people how it's written out. The problem comes if they hang on one of the lessers. I think that the defense will have to, if that happens, I think that the defense will have to make sure that they have that clarified by the judge for the record. Because if she's not going to change the verdict form to where that can be clear, then I think the jury or the defense is going to have to make sure that the jury is specifically asked and that that's clarified. If evidence came to light that someone else was responsible for John O'Keefe's death and Karen Reed was already found not guilty, could they try someone else? Yes. Do I think they will? Do they each get a slip or is it one for all? It is one for all, and the foreman fills it out and signs it. There's no option to exclude count 1 and find her guilty on 5. Yeah, like on that lesser, yes, on that second form, on the second charge. They can't, there's not a way on there for them to acquit her of the manslaughter OUI and hang on one of the others. So like, let's say that like this jury unanimously agrees on acquitting her of every single thing other than the DUI, and they can't agree on that. There's no way to say that. I think it's just going to come down to the defense is going to have to absolutely make sure that that is on the record. Have you listened to Truth Revealed? He thinks the FBI should charge Higgins. I have not, but I think Higgins signed a proffer, right? I thought they didn't pick the foreman until after the alternates were chosen. I thought that too, but I guess that's not what happens there. Not guilty is the first option. Not guilty is the first option. Yes. But the only, look at it again. The only not guilty is not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. That's the problem. It is all or nothing on here. The foreman is a state employee with ties to the Commonwealth. I hope not. Because the foreman last time was a problem. Could appeals be filed against Bev or Brennan? They'll definitely, if there's a conviction, they'll definitely file an appeal and they'll put all of that stuff in there. It's going to be up to the higher court to decide if it made a difference in a fair trial. The problem is judges have a lot of discretion. Too much, really, I think. The verdict form reads all or nothing, but what they're deciding isn't all or nothing. And that's the whole problem, yeah. The second degree murder charge is on the first count. This is all for the second count. The first degree murder charge doesn't have any lesser included. So that one's either guilty or not guilty, and then they move on. That one's not a problem. It's that second count with all the lesser included. That one's the problem. They called a hung jury on the 5th day last time. Is there a sentence for number 5? Number 5 was the operating under the influence. Yeah. So technically in Massachusetts, I looked this up. Technically in Massachusetts, the first offense of an OUI very, very rarely has any jail time, but technically she could be sentenced up to 2.5 years. I'm going to tell you right now, if that happens, it would not surprise me for her to sentence her to 2.5 years, even though the only conviction would be her first offense. It's very rare. I went down this rabbit hole when I was getting ready for the podcast about like all the different sentences, and I pulled up the Massachusetts law and a couple law sites to get percentages on what the most common sentences are, like the minimum and maximum sentence for each. But I also wanted to know what percentages judges usually do. So I went down that rabbit hole this weekend and on Saturday, and everything that I found was like, it is very, very rare to have a judge sentence any kind of significant time for, like, you know, the first offense of an OUI. But technically under the law, they can go up to 2.5 years. I was like, she would do 2.5 years. Bev would do it. Bev would give the max. Yeah, I can give you a timer. Hold on. Let's see. Lucy's snoring again. I did not find any. I couldn't find any. All I could find was multiple Massachusetts law websites saying that it was very rare or unlikely. All right, let's see. What are we at now? Like 2 hours? Is that about right? This motion has been denied by the judge without a hearing. $244. Okay, I had 148 and it's been about an hour. So we're going to go 248. I didn't start it when they started again because I was busy yapping with y'all. Okay. Because we've been live for an hour and 3 minutes and they started about an hour ago. So I'm just going to add an hour to our timer. Nobody knows the exact. We all guess by the time the jury goes back. Everybody's little timer's just going to be off by 5 minutes here or there. They're not. None of our timers are official because none of us are starting a timer when the jury sits down. So we'll all just guess. Yeah, the jury's deliberating. They started right on time today. Like right on time. Which is shocking. Because that very rarely happens. It's the clock drift. It's the clock drift. We have a verdict clock drift. Pocket state until a verdict. I can't wait for y'all to hear the podcast episode tomorrow. When we put everything together. So bad. So is anyone in the courtroom? This is my first trial. Not sure how it all works. They will normally have everybody has to be within 10 minutes of the courthouse. So if there's a question, they will send word to the judge. Like the foreman will send a note to the court officer. The court officer will get it to the judge. And then the judge lets everybody know that there is, the court officers let everybody know that there is a jury question or whatever. Then they all come back to the courthouse. They go on the record, the jury question is read out loud, and then they discuss it. So if it's like they want to know, if they want clarification on something, or they want to ask for an exhibit, or they want to go home early like they did on Friday or whatever. Whatever it is, they'll read it and then they'll talk about it, figure it out. And then they, send the note or answer or whatever it is they're wanting back to the jury. Any ham sandwich left? That's the real question. That's the real question. Do you think that AJ comes across too Hollywood? I don't. I think he is one of the most charismatic defense attorneys that I've seen. I think he's a very good storyteller. I think that there are certain things that he goes too far on, but also that can be a personal opinion thing. You never know what's going to resonate with the juror and what's not. So there are certain things that I'm like, you know, that he spends more time on than I would. And there are certain things that I'm like, this is a huge deal. Like, these are the things you should be spending time on. And then there are certain things where I'm like, you know, that one kind of falls flat with me personally. But you never know what's going to stick with a juror. There we go. Yeah, without a hearing, without anything. Judge Canoni said, after review, the motion is denied. The verdict slip is consistent with Massachusetts law. And is to viewed in conjunction with the jury instructions, which was sent to the jury with the verdict slip on Friday. They could, but she doesn't want to. She just denied it. She's like, nope, we're done. I don't care. Law doesn't say I have to change it, so too bad, so sad. Conjunction, junction, what's your function? I find it difficult to believe that this jury did not notice what we all noticed and what she is still doing. Bias judging, she must be held accountable. Keep in mind, they don't see everything that we see. Think about what happened outside the presence of the jury and some of the most egregious things were that. So, Karen and her team are leaving the courthouse right now. Juror number 3 said they thought Bev was kind. She does that kindergarten voice to them. Remember, she doesn't do a lot of that stuff in front of the jury. And also, a lot of the things that we notice, the juror's not going to notice because they haven't seen some of the worst stuff. Yeah, the jury doesn't see or hear half of what we see, and they didn't see the first. And a lot of stuff they don't know. Like, think about, when, okay, the plastic in the nose example. I'm like outraged that she's allowing Brennan to ask about plastic being in the nose when, like, about he even said there's evidence that there was plastic in John O'Keefe's nose. That is so false. That is not even close to being true or accurate. And Jackson is objecting, and she's like, I'll allow it. I'm allowing this. I'm going to allow it. They don't know what a big deal that is. So they don't know how bad that is. It's wild. How many times can they retry her? A lot. Like, Curtis Flowers was tried, 6 times? Oh, we just hit 33,000. Woo! Yay. They cannot retry not guilty verdicts, correct? That would be double jeopardy. If the jury reaches a decision, then that's not retried. Obviously they're like, if there's a verdict that's overturned or something like that, that would be different. But if there's a standing verdict one way or another, there's no retrial. That was from juror number 3 was the juror in the last trial. There's made an alternate at the very end before deliberations. With all the details currently available, do you think Bryan Kohberger is innocent or guilty? So this is going to be my next big trial. And of course, we always start we start with the presumption of innocence and then force them to change our mind. So that's going to be the next trial. After a week-long nap. Oh, this is so cool. I'm going to check updates today while hiking the Redwood Forest. So thankful for Brandi in the chat, everyone. Hiking the Redwood Forest, that's so cool. The Idaho one is going to be very interesting because of, a few reasons. First of all, because it's so high profile. Second of all, because there is death penalty on the table, which is always interesting. Officially, yes. It is official. That is the next case. The trial is supposed to start August 11th. So I'm going to take a week off after this is over, catch my breath, and then we will start finally, after almost 60 episodes of the Conspiracy in Canton series for 13 Juror Podcast, we will go into a third season, and it'll be on Koberger. So there will be episodes leading up to the trial to kind of catch you up on everything you have missed, get you up to date in all the details, and then that actual trial is supposed to start August. There is a motion to delay it from the defense, and I think they have a hearing on that on the 18th, Wednesday, right? Maybe we'll see if we can watch that hearing while if we're still in verdict watch. The judge dismissed a juror in the Diddy case right now. Ooh. Have y'all been watching all of Lauren's Diddy updates? There have been no questions from the jury. Is that good or bad? It's not surprising because we're only 3 hours in. Idaho case is going to be wild, yeah. All of the episodes, all the podcast episodes will still be 13th Juror. I believe we will be streaming the Idaho 4 trial here. I took the week of August 11th and September 8th to hang out for the Koberger trial with you. Good. Any new merch coming out? I don't know. I think they're in the works for some Crime Junkie Jury merch. All the 13th Juror stuff is still there. Gonna rest. Yell louder when the verdict, please. Oh yeah, did y'all hear Kanye West showed up at Diddy's trial last week, I guess? What are your predictions for how the Brian Walsh case will be affected from this case, since Proctor was lead investigator and their main evidence is Google searches? They've already tried to, in that case, they've already tried to use a lot of what's happened in this case as part of their defense. So, because of Proctor and Celebrite and all of that. Yeah, he said he was there to support Diddy. Do we know when or if we will? I know y'all love the memberships and we love the emojis. I love the memberships and I love the emojis. We love to see our name in green. We love to have our customized emojis. Been working on it. Been fighting for it. Still waiting. I wish I had a better answer for you. I think we're all frustrated that we don't have a better answer for you. I know I am. This is my I'm frustrated smile. But please know that I am trying. Because I agree with you. So until we have an answer, I'll just do my frustrated smile. We should have had them a while ago. I was researching Sandra Birchmore last night. I saw someone say some cops were involved in that case, but online couldn't find names. Is this even true? That is absolutely true. Yes. And a lot of the same people who are like a lot of the same names in this trial, you'll see in that trial as well, or in that case as well. That trial is going to be federal though. So that one is not going to be streamed, but it is going to be interesting to see what happens. That's another one that was a big deal because it's a lot of the same, like a lot of the same people involved with the Canton, police who investigated. Guarino is one of them. He missed, somehow missed all these texts, and the feds got involved and then found them, like 30,000 texts between Sandra and Farwell. So, yeah. I need a coffee mug that says "Sup players." I like that. I would just like you to have sound bites like the screaming goat. I know, because apparently my screaming goat is so loud that when it screams, it mutes out the microphone sometimes. It is very loud. I have the screaming goat button that y'all sent me. And then I also have the actual screaming goat at the condo. So that way I have one for both. Would you ever do a meet and greet? Maybe. I would have to figure out logistics on it. We kind of did one when I was at Crime Con last year. We had a lot of us were at the water. It was actually called what was it called? Oh gosh, that place we were at. It wasn't called the waterfall, but it was like, but it was kind of called the waterfall. What was it called? I can't remember. Compared to Andrea Burkhart, Brandi is so hard to listen to. Brandi's scripted podcasts are awesome. Her live, unlistenable. I apologize. Like I said before, I struggle with ADHD and I have trouble sometimes being able to complete sentences. Andrea Burkhart's amazing and I think she's wonderful and she's great. If I am unlistenable, then I get it. Can't be for everybody, but tell Andrea we said hello. It was the waterfall, wasn't it? I thought so. Like that. Yeah, I thought so. Because we thought that was so wild that it was called the waterfall. It was at the hotel, not Omni. What was it called? Gaylord Opry Hotel. Is that what it was? Gaylord Opry, I think. And it was the waterfall. And it was cool because I don't know if y'all have ever been to that hotel. It's cool because it has like this big atrium thing. And the like restaurant that we were at, we all met. It was during Crime Con. And it was like the end of the day, they had like kind of like a big, all of us got together and it was a lot of fun. They had like a waterfall, like an indoor waterfall thing right there. And it was the wildest thing because, you know, obviously the trial had gotten huge at that point. And we're at the waterfall bar and grill restaurant or whatever. So it was like the wildest thing. Longtime follower, first time asker, welcome. For all my time spent with you in this case, I never learned why in the first place the FBI was investigating Canton PD and the Karen Reed trial. What initiated it? So they'll never come out and actually, like, the feds are kind of like, you know, feds are going to fed. They're going to keep everything kind of locked up. So they'll never tell us what actually got them first involved. What's interesting is that they were looking into this one and they were looking into the Sandra Birchmore one. So that never really happens. There are some letters that were unsealed that talk about how they were looking into, you know, specific things with the Norfolk DA's office. So, and I think because these two cases are involving some of those people associated with that, you know, office, maybe that's kind of why. So I don't know. Love that hotel. It was so cool, wasn't it? I think a lot of the CrimeCon this year is going to be at the Opryland not Opryland, the Gaylord in Colorado. And I am supposed to go with the Kohberger trial now. I have to see if I'm still going to be able to. I hope so. But I have to see if I'm still going to be able to. But if not, I still want to go to that hotel at some point. It looks so cool. But all of the Gaylord hotels are really cool. They're all huge, but they all have stuff that's so cool about them. So, and the one at Gaylord Opryland is really cool too. And they had that little boat thing that goes around. Vinny Politan said the jurors are coming down to the courtroom. Oh, really? Oh, really? Uh-oh. Oh, it was the falls. Okay. Close. That's what it was. It was the falls. I was like, it was something like that. And we were like, here we are at the Falls Bar and Grill, but it was actually, Waterfall Bar and Grill was actually Falls Bar and Grill. It was so crazy. He didn't say there was a verdict. He said they were coming down. I wonder if there's a question. Brandy's so understandable. Her podcast is the best, hands down, for this trial. Thank you. I love the interaction and being able to talk to y'all and see what you think and hear what y'all think. And go through all of this stuff with y'all. So that's why I love the lives. The podcast I love because that's when I'm able to take my ADHD brain where it does like this all the time and then put it all together and script it and then get out all of my organized thoughts. I started by looking into Michael Morrissey. Yeah, see, those sealed letters talk about that aspect of it, how they were looking into, the Norfolk DA's office, but it doesn't give us specifics about why. And then there was the whole thing with him, trying to have it handled by somebody else and all that. But I would love to know that. I don't see anything about them coming, so I'm refreshing. If they say anything, I'm refreshing over and over to see if they confirm it. The Gaylord here in Denver is amazing. It looks like it. It does. Yeah, Farwell. Hey, Lindsay Hendricks. Farwell was directly arrested by federal investigators. It sure as heck wasn't any local PD. Yeah, because local PD ruled it self. I can't say the word. I don't think on here because it'll flag it. But they ruled that it was that she did it to herself, and then they were done with it. And then the Fed stepped in and found out all that was wrong. I binged Ashley's new book this weekend. So good. I've heard it's really great. Let me refresh again. Questions are great for letting us know what they're thinking. That is absolutely true. That's one of the reasons I love it when the judges let them ask questions in trial. I think that's great. I love that. That was one of my favorite things about certain trials that I watched is hearing the juror questions because I'm like, and some of them, it's like, oh, I didn't even think about that. You don't even think about, I'm trying to think of what it was. There was one in, I think it was the Letitia trial, and there was a juror question. I can't remember what it was. And I remember thinking, whatever juror question it was, I remember thinking like, oh, wow, that was a really great question. Something I didn't think about. I think it was something about, they asked Harley, which is Letitia's daughter, if she noticed the van being moved when they woke up at the hotel the next morning. It was that hotel that they stayed at in Florida when she dumped Gannon in the suitcase over that bridge. And I think they asked Harley if she noticed the van being moved the next morning, if I remember right. And I remember thinking like, that's a really great question. What if the jury is unanimous on one of the charges but hung on the others? Then anything that they're unanimous on, then that will stand. The other ones they can, if they're hung on, then depending on what it is, the district attorney's office will have to decide if they are going to retry on those. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, y'all. Wouldn't it be funny if they have a question on the verdict slip? Yes. If that's their question, oh my gosh, I would give anything for that to be the question. For them to have like the question saying this second page is really confusing. I would love that. I would love that. That would be amazing. I grew up in Colorado. It's a great place. I've never been, and I'm very excited to go. And we were planning on going for CrimeCon this year. And that, what is it called? The Gaylord Rockies or something, I think is what the hotel is called. It looks incredible. But see, I've never been to Colorado, so we wanted to make like a whole trip out of it. And if Coburger's still going on, we won't be able to do that. I think we're going to have to try to do it another time, but it looks so cool. Linda says, I can't listen to the podcast. My mind wanders too much. I need visual to help me focus. A lot of people are like that. I love listening to podcasts when I'm like walking Lucy, or if I'm laying out on the beach, or especially if I'm driving. I love listening to podcasts if I'm driving. I was an event manager at the Gaylord Palms in Orlando, the most amazing properties. That one's not far from us here. And that one's, is that the one that has the alligators? Is that the one that has alligators? I can't remember. Very nice. I know. I have to figure it out. It'll all depend on the trial. Brandi fought for Travis and it came out for him. So let's hope it's the same. I hope so. Brandi, I forget what they tried charging her with during the first trial, but they're different charges this second time around, right? They're pretty much the same, except they added on another lesser included on this charge, or on this trial, under the second charge. So under that second count, they added just a DUI, or OUI, I think is what they call it in this state. Hi, Jackie. It's been so long. Miss you, Brady. This trial being during work hours is killing my Brady vibe. How dare they have it during work hours? Oh, Mary Arian, you have a fractured leg? We hope you heal. Drove through Dedham after my appointment. Several blocks of calm, controlled Reed supporters. Lots of police. Reed team at Yannetti's office. 5 minutes away. I'm hanging with my fave, Brandi, with a fractured leg. We are glad you're here. I hope your leg heals quickly. Just coming in today, do we get to hear the questions if they have any? We do. They will read them in open court. And then we all obsess over what it means. Good morning. Was just listening to an older 13th juror podcast, and the guy who did the extraction of Farwell did the extraction on John O'Keefe's phone, and that screams reasonable doubt. Yes, Trooper Guarino did the extraction on both, and he missed 30,000 messages between Sandra Birchmore and Farwell. But don't worry about that. That's fine. I binge listened to it on Audible. Couldn't stop listening. I appreciate that. Can we hear them ask a question if the time comes? The judge will actually be the one to read it, because the court officers will give the question to the judge, and then she'll read it in open court on the record. And then we all just obsess over what it means. It's even better at Christmas with all lights. The Gaylord Hotel. Yeah, they said they go really big there for Christmas. Oh my gosh, Letitia with the monster can. It's funny because I redid those. That case was that one had a big impact on me just because y'all know how I am with anything with kids, just, gets to me. And the very first podcast episodes that I did were of Letitia, but it was the podcast episodes, but it was actually kind of not, because it was just the audio of those video recaps I was doing. So in that case, because of Canton and how everything was, I really wanted to redo those and put it into a cohesive story. And so I redid all of those toward the end of the year or early this year? It might have been early this year. I think I started the end of last year and then ended up early this year. So I redid all of those. And going through it all again with the monster can and just how she was and all the lies, having to listen to all those FBI calls again and put it together. So I redid all of those episodes and then added an extra one. Podcasts sped up are good for ADHD. I agree. Yes, it does have the guy. I thought that's the one. Podcasts are better than music on road trips. I agree. We'll get super into it. And it makes the time go by really fast. I've been binging the 13th juror coverage of the last trial because I didn't watch it. The last trial was so different than this one. It's interesting how different it was. 13th Juror is the name of my podcast. CrimeCon is in September, right? I can't remember the exact date. They say they have a question. I haven't seen anything about a question. There's nothing that I see, but unless I'm missing something, I'm refreshing on the pages where I'm stalking them. I did not do a podcast series over the Travis case. I've always wanted to. I just never had time to go back and do it. But I do have on the YouTube channel, I think the podcast version of the interviews I did with his attorneys are on the podcast. I think but it's just the audio from the interviews I did. Any news from the reporters at all? Or what stage the juries are up to? All my girlfriends try to call me. I'm like, girl, I can't talk. I got jury duty. They just said, when do we get you back? There's no update yet. And the thing is we can't even know kind of where the jury's at with any of this. So this heifer says, y'all, I just had a heart attack. And her name, for those of you who are just listening and not watching, I'm not saying this heifer. I mean, I say that a lot, but not about y'all. It's usually about people like Letitia or people, that's her screen name now. This heifer just said, y'all, I just had a heart attack. I saw the deliberation clock stop, but then I realized I had the video paused. If they have a question, do all the jurors go back into the court? The jurors don't go back into court, just the attorneys and court officers and the judge do. And Karen, of course. The question is read out, and then they figure out what they're going to do. But the jurors don't go in there for that. Unless they are going to answer the question, and then they bring them back in for something. Like bring it back in to answer it. I thought I saw someone say Bev was asked to step down before this trial, but she did not want to. Yeah, they actually had a whole hearing. They tried to have her recused. But she didn't want to. Hey, Steve, 33K, woohoo! I think more weight should have been given to the Ford Edge seen by Lucky. What did that person see? I think that's one of those things that is never, it's just one of those answers we're never going to have. And that's frustrating because think about under normal circumstances, how much, weight that would have been put on normally. So. Just FYI, if y'all are saying inappropriate things, I will hide you on the channel because we don't do that here. Hi, Lauren. Hi, friends. Just popping in to say hello and tell Brandi, aka Little Brown Wow, that she looks beautiful. Thank you. It is good to see you. How many people stressed out about this verdict over the weekend? Did you? Everybody let me know. Did you stress out? Were you stressing? I thought they were loving. John had just kissed her on the forehead at the waterfall. And 30 minutes later, she leaves a voicemail. John, I effing hate you. Yeah, that sounds like my past relationship. I was working on renovations, listening to your podcast during trial 1. Got a lot of painting done. That's good. Do you know Mandy and Liz from the Murdaugh podcast? Yes. Which trial did you like more, first or second? Is there one you think played in the defense's favor more? I think that this one played in the defense's favor more. I think that this trial was, there were so many fewer witnesses this time. I think it cut out some of the mess, you know, and was able to be a lot clearer in the story. I think that because that's what both sides are doing, right? They're looking at the same evidence and telling their version of what story it tells. And I think that this one, because there are so fewer witnesses, was able to stay on track a little bit more. I think that the last trial was so convoluted with so many details that didn't matter. Everything got lost. Colby Ryan said he is going to Crime Con in Colorado. That's cool. In the last trial, what types of questions do they ask? In the last trial, they asked for a report. In the trial that I covered for Laurie Shaver, they asked for a calendar, which was interesting. What else? Sometimes they'll ask for different, like they've asked for transcripts before, but depending on the jurisdiction, that's, turned down. Did they ask for anything else last time other than the cert report? Or was everything else just that they didn't agree? That's the only one I can remember off the top of my head. I can go back and look at my spreadsheet. That's the only one I remember, though. Did I hear that you wanted to cover the Lacey Peterson trial to give it a fresh set of eyes? Yeah, that one wasn't streamed. So everything it was not on TV. So everything that we got from that one was from reporters. And since I've started getting involved in trials, I've realized how reporters can get a lot of information wrong, which is interesting. So I've wanted to go back and actually read the transcripts and see all of the actual information and see what there is. Because that one is, I named my son after Lacey Peterson's baby. So that one's obviously one of the ones that, has stood with me for a long time. It's just being able to have time. Lawyer say that Britain's closing was more of a rebuttal against defense closing in first trial. I agree. Yes. And also it did because it really didn't go with this case. It's like that should have been the closing in the first trial, but not this one, because the closing in this trial, I think the defense mentioned Dim McCabe one time, right? And Brennan went on and on about her. And just some of the things that were some of the things he was talking about, it didn't seem like it was going with any of the story that they've really been presenting. And it kind of became like a, look how great Jen McCabe is kind of closing. And then he used, of course, Jackson's words from last time about, look the other way and all of that. So it was bizarre to me. And it made me so mad that he was so misleading about the 28-minute thing. When I was on Vinnie Politan the other night, that's one of the things that they had asked. And he said, where was he for that? Where was she for those 28 minutes? And I was like, that's really misleading, because she said, or Brennan said that she got to Jen McCabe's house at 5:35, right? But Jen McCabe said she got there sometime between 5:20 and 5:30. And he said, Brennan said in his closings, he's like, well, she left at 5:07. And, where'd she go? We don't know. We don't have that data. And that's not true. We do have data. We have video of her going to the waterfall. We know that she went to the waterfall first. She's on video. And then she left from there. She's on the library video going toward Jen McCabe's house. Then she's on the video right there at the end of the road at the temple, where she's turning right, going toward Jen McCabe's house. And that's it. I think 5:18 is the last video that we see right there. And then if she got to Jen McCabe's house between 5:20 and 5:30, that's not 28 minutes that we don't know where she's at. That's 2 to 12 minutes. And that entire time, she's on her phone, either calling John O'Keefe or calling Jen McCabe. And also, they didn't have it in this trial, but they had it in the last trial. Tully testified about the cell towers that her phone was hitting. When she gets to the end of that road, you see her on that video at the temple turning right. If she continues to go straight, she gets to Jen McCabe's house. If she goes straight and then turns off to the left, then that can take her back around over to 34 Fairview. But when she was at 34 Fairview the night before, and when she got to 34 Fairview at 6 a.m., her cell phone was pinging on the tower by 34 Fairview. After she turned right, going toward Jen McCabe's house, her cell phone only pinged on the tower over past Jen McCabe's house. It never pinged on the one by John O'Keefe's or by 34 Fairview. So, but if it pinged there when she was there at 6, so him saying, we don't have data, we don't know, that's not true. We do know. And it was very misleading to say, where was she for those 28 minutes? We don't know. We do know. She's on video. The defense decided not to prove a third-party culprit this trial. They went with Bowden, which is about the bad investigation with limited third-party culprit interference. Inference. I said interference, and it got worse from there. Inference. I agree, because I think that it's better this way because it doesn't have that shift of the burden of proof. So. Why is the only fan on? It stays on. Most of the time. Is CrimeCon always in Colorado? No, last year it was in Nashville. The year before that it was in Orlando. Oh, this is cute. Brandi, my nanny kids love you. I'd be watching when they got home from school. They'd grab their snacks and come sit with me and watch. If they couldn't watch, they'd always ask for an update. That's cute. I love that. Do they get to keep their journals? I don't think so. I think that they collect those at the end, right? If I remember right. Do you think there will be a verdict today? We did a poll earlier, and I think that it was it about 60% of y'all said that you thought we would get a verdict today? When will we know when there's a verdict rather than just a question being asked? It depends. It depends on what sometimes you get accurate reports from in there and sometimes not. When I was at the Charlie Adelson trial, I was sitting right outside of where the family was and talking, and so I knew when they came in there that it was a verdict because I literally heard them say we have a verdict. And so we were live on my other channel. Was it Jessica that was covering that one? Or Kathy? I can't remember. But anyway, we were live. So I said in chat, I was like, we have a verdict. And I think I posted it on maybe Twitter or something. And everybody was like, no, we don't. It's a jury question because Court TV hasn't said it. And I was like, I just heard them say it. And I remember like getting like trolled really hard for about 15 minutes until they finally announced that it was a verdict. And I was like, I told y'all, I heard them say it. So it all just depends on who hears what. You never know. They have not asked any questions yet. Has anyone seen Maureen Hancock on TikTok? Yes, she's hilarious. She's just like Auntie Bev. Hank lost his grasp of the case progressively throughout the entire trial. He started okay, legally speaking, but he derailed himself and more or less imploded by the end. He began spiraling. He was so incredibly disrespectful during his cross-examinations. When will the civil trial start? John O'Keefe's family filed one against Karen Reed, correct? Yes, he filed it. They filed it against Karen Reed plus Waterfall plus CF McCarthy's. And it was delayed until the end of this. I'm behind on chat because I'm trying to read everything y'all are saying. I like hearing everything y'all have to say. I watched Court TV the other day and someone said on there the jury had a lot of Gen Zs. Do you think that will play a role? I think so. I've heard that this is a much younger jury. Do you have any hobbies? I wouldn't consider the trial stuff a hobby since that is more like your job. I used to have hobbies. Now my hobbies involve work and sleep. The beach when I can. I work too much lately to have hobbies. I'm working on my work-life balance. His spiraling became super noticeable when he was called out on his mistake on the hoodie. Yeah. Ugh. Do you think the Oki family will file a wrongful death lawsuit? They already have. That's the one that they have against Karen and Waterfall and CF McCarthy's. The Waterfall and CF McCarthy's thing was because they're saying that I can't remember exactly how it's worded, but basically that they served, overserved alcohol and they should have known that it would have led to this. The problem they're going to run into with that one is that all of those witnesses were all in agreement that nobody seemed really drunk. So, and there's video surveillance where it shows them the entire time they're there and they don't visually appear intoxicated from that. And then you have all of these eyewitnesses who are saying they didn't appear intoxicated. So that's going to be a hard row to hoe to try to get culpability on that. My grandpa knew about the trial and he asked me if I knew anything about it. And let's just say I shouted you out and went full lawyer mode. That's awesome. Brandy's lucky your hobby is also her job. Right. My hobby became my job. Do you have human children? I do have human children. I have a son who will be 22 this year. And then I have my stepdaughters. Actually, yesterday we spent time in the pool yesterday a little bit. I had to work a little bit in the morning just to finish up the episode. Nothing too major. Most of the work was done on Saturday. So then but I had to kind of go back with fresh eyes after at least a few hours of sleep and wrap that up. So once I was done with that, I was like, oh, I get to enjoy the rest of the day. So we hung out in the pool and then me and Sydney, I was like, I just need mindless nothing all day. So we laid on the couch and binge watched Love Island. It was great. It was exactly what I needed. Seven jurors under the age of 30, I heard. That's crazy. It's my understanding that Massachusetts doesn't accept partial verdicts. If hung on OUI only, then it's a complete mistrial from the top down. I don't feel like that should be how it is, you know? I don't feel like that should be a thing. Because that's crazy. If a jury unanimously agrees that you, especially on this one, because there are parts of the lesser includeds that don't involve alcohol. And then the one that involves alcohol doesn't involve a crash. So in this case, with the lesser included, it's not like you're taking out one element for each lesser included, because there are some lesser includeds that don't have the same elements. So there's no way that should be, there's no way that should be a thing on this one, the way it's worded. There's no way. Did the jury notice the spiraling? I wonder if they did. I wonder. Yes, my son will be 22 this year. Brandi, you'll be at Annie Elise live in Orlando. I will. Yes, I talked to Annie. She's going to be in Orlando in October, so I'm going to go. I'm going to go see her there. She's great. Had a friend text me, my mom thinks Karen is guilty. Can you summarize her defense? Sure can. Yep. Was there ever any testimony about what was said in the bar when Higgins was pointing at John? No. No. Thoughts on the new Love Island season? We were so into it yesterday. And then I got tired. It's like 10 o'clock. And I even took a nap yesterday afternoon. Desperately needed. I think I stayed up till like 3, almost 3 Saturday, I guess technically Sunday morning, finishing the podcast. So, and then I think we were up by like 8. No, we were up earlier than that. Maybe by 7-ish or whatever. I don't know. Whatever it was. I got very little sleep. So we fell asleep on the couch yesterday. We were watching Love Island. And then Love Island's great because when you need just mindless nothing, because you can fall asleep, wake up 2 episodes later, and then just figure out what happened as they talk. It's just, when I'm dealing with stuff like this that's so heavy and my brain was so fried from working, because I think I started working on the podcast around 7 Saturday morning and then finished at 3 a.m. So it's like 18-ish hours. So my brain was so fried. I was like, I just need mindless nothing. And I love just ridiculous reality TV when I need mindless nothing, because I zone out and then I can zone back in and just mindless. I watched Brother Counsel yesterday, and they both said that the verdict form was totally wrong. Oh, gosh. Somebody else asked me this, and it's like, I don't even want to think about it. Will you be covering the trial again if it goes to trial for a 3rd time, or are you over it? Both. I mean, at this point, if it did go a 3rd time, I would have to cover it just because I've covered it for so long. But I'm also over it. Because, you know, I started covering this. I started researching this in the summer of 2023. So there wasn't a lot of coverage on it at that point. And then as it got crazier, before the last trial, around maybe January, February, it started getting a little bit bigger. And then by the time it got to trial, it was pretty big. And then this time around, it's even bigger. But I mean, I've been knee deep in this for 2 years. So I am just exhausted from it. I can't imagine going through this again. And actually, after the last mistrial, I did Ashley Flowers and I did an Instagram live and talked about it. And I was like, I honestly didn't even think about it. Had not considered it really, you know, being a possibility, because you just, I don't want to think about it. Oh, I don't want to think about it. I love Annalise. Yeah, she's great. She's super sweet. Love Island mentioned, yes. Did y'all notice Karen throwing vicious punches in the waterfall footage? No. If by chance this jury is hung, there will be a request by defense for a poll of each charge. Yeah, I think they learned that lesson the hard way for sure. Yeah, it's one of these things like where you come this far, but to have to go through it again. Ugh. Off topic, I saw yesterday a lady said that the officer that was believed to be the father of Sandra Birchmore's baby actually wasn't. Thoughts? I heard that there was an article about that. I haven't seen it yet. So I don't know where the information came from. I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm just saying I don't know anything about it because I haven't had time to look at it yet. But here's the thing. Even if he's not, even if it was DNA proved that he's not the father, there are texts where he's thinking he is, like where he's being told he is and he thinks he is. So it doesn't really change anything as far as he's concerned. But who knows? It was 5 days. Last time it was 5 days before they got the mistrial. We have to see it through to its conclusion. Oh. Brandi, look up Rule 27, Part B of the Massachusetts Law of Criminal Procedure. Let's see what it is. Mass.gov. If an appeal has been taken from a judgment of court of this Commonwealth or before the taking of an appeal, if the time therefore has not expired, the court in which the judgment was rendered may allow the taking of the depositions of witnesses to perpetuate their testimony for use in the event of further proceedings in that court. The motion shall allow the names and addresses of the persons to be examined and the substance of the testimony. Reasons for perpetuating their testimony. If the court finds that the perpetuation of the testimony is proper to avoid a failure or delay of justice, it may make an order allowing the depositions to be taken and may make orders of the character. Gosh, every time my phone lights up and there's a notification, I'm like, is that the jury? Oh wait, that's civil. Hold on, I'm in civil. I need criminal. I'm in the wrong mass.gov. Okay, criminal. Two very different things. All right, criminal rule 27B. Several offenses. Okay. Oh, here we go. If there are two or more offenses or defendants tried together, if there are two or more offenses or defendants tried together, the jury may, with the consent of the judge, at any time during its deliberations, return or be required by the judge to return a verdict or verdicts with respect to the defendants or charges as to which dang, 2 court officers slashed in Manhattan criminal court. Attacker arrested. That's wild. Let's see. The judge may declare a mistrial as to any charges upon which the jury cannot agree upon a verdict, provided, however, that the judge may first require the jury return verdicts on those charges upon which the jury can agree and direct that such verdicts be received and recorded. If only. If Alex Murdaugh is granted a new trial, will you cover it? Because I think he stands a good chance for getting one, thanks to Becky Hill. Probably, yeah. I mean, that's the one that got me my start with all this. I remember that live with Ashley. I was like, the pairing we all needed. Was there a poll of the charges last time? No. Once they said that they were not able to come to a conclusion on all charges, that was it. If they have to ask for a poll of the verdicts, can Bev deny that? I don't think there's any way that she could, right? Because, I mean, there's a lot of eyeballs on this. Perhaps the defense asked to include the OUI lesser offense to increase the chances of a hung jury in the hopes that if so, the Commonwealth would not pursue for a third time. I think that based on some of what the jury said last year about how a lot of them were just hung up on the fact that she had been drinking and then drove, I think that maybe it was a situation where they're like, well, we feel like we need to convict for something, because as scary as it is, there are jurors who look at things like that. We heard that from jurors before. So Do jurors have to stay off social media during trials? They don't have to stay off social media, but they're not allowed to be on social media, like looking at stuff about this. Like they can't be, on like the Facebook groups, anything like that. Do you have any news of when Koberger trial starts? August 11th is when it's set to start right now. I've been with Brandi. First tweet with her Churchwell charts on Murdoch. Loved her ever since. Thank you. It was crazy how it all happened. It was my very, very first tweet ever, and it went viral. And then all of this came from that. It's the weirdest thing. How long have you been with Audio Chuck? Officially since April. Right? I think with the Crime Junkie Jury since April, and then with the podcast since June. First glance, real quick, I thought your mic was a breast pump. It is not. It is a mic. It is. That ship has long since sailed. How long do you think the Idaho case will last? I'm not sure, but I think it will be a while. Aren't they saying 2 months for that one too? If the jurors come back not guilty on all counts, will you finally share with us what you think happened? I don't know, because even if they come back not guilty on all counts, it still doesn't change the reason that I haven't shared publicly what I think happened, because I don't want to publicly accuse anybody of anything, or to make it sound like I'm publicly accusing anybody of anything. So that's why I have kept my own theories to myself, but also because my theories are only theories, because we don't know what happened. If I had a thing where I was like, I guarantee this is what happened, it would be something different. But because it's just a theory, I just want to be responsible with it. Because I'm very, very opinionated. Y'all know that. But when it comes to opinions about something like this, I just think that it's my responsibility to be very careful about what I say I think happened, because I don't want to publicly insinuate that somebody did this horrible thing, this horrible crime, if they didn't. And it's one thing if you're just talking about it with, friends and stuff, but it's different me saying it on a, platform with thousands of people watching. So I try to be very responsible with that. But in my group chat, y'all, with my friends, and family, I'll be glued to the Idaho trial. Yeah. Idaho trial is what's next. Oh, it's supposed to last 3 months. Oh. Have you ever personally been on jury duty? No. Donna Adelson trial coming up soon. Saw Georgia the other day. She is still spunky. I love me some Georgia. Love her. Love her. She is one of my favorite prosecutors. I love her. Why, oh, why is this taking so long? It's really, 4 hours is really not a long time, especially with a trial this long. If April the giraffe can, I know what Brandy's theory is. Haha, not definitively, but I've got a good idea. I'll say this, my theory doesn't involve anybody doing anything intentionally. I'll say that. My theory does not involve anybody intentionally killing John O'Keefe. What am I going to do for the month of July? Well, we'll see what we can do on that. Maybe we'll have, getting ready for a Kohberger trial, maybe we'll have like once a week we can watch, do some lives where we watch some of the old pretrial hearings and stuff. We'll see. We'll see if we can find a way for us to all stay together while we're waiting on Kohberger to start. Very mindful, Brandi, very Jamur. Jamur is something I don't think I've ever been called before, but I love it. Can Chat Daddy tell us what he thinks happened? Oh, he has theories too. Bev is probably trying to use some mind control to sway some votes, like using the force. Funny story. Speaking of using the force, I didn't know much about that. What is it? Star Wars? Is that the movie where they use the force to make you do things? When my kid was really young, we were standing at the top of the stairs. And I remember he was getting in trouble for something. And it's not like the long set of stairs, is like just like the few little steps or whatever. It's like one of those little short staircases, and he was getting in trouble for something, or I was like telling him it was time for bath or something. I can't remember what it was, but whatever it was, he was not happy about it. And so he starts doing like this. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm using the force to make you fall down there. I was like, get your butt in bed. Oh, it was so funny. He wanted me to fall so that he could run away and not have to do whatever it was I was trying to make him do. I didn't even know what the force was. Just intentionally covering it up. Yeah, I think that it got out of control. And I think that a lot of the evidence stuff was not, this is just my personal theory. I think that a lot of the evidence stuff was not an intention to frame necessarily. I think it was I think it was potentially trying to stack the deck. Like, hey, let's make sure that we can get a conviction for this. That's what I think. Just a theory. I think it was an accident and then they covered it up. I think they didn't think this would become a national case. That's along the lines of my theory. And I won't say what I think actually happened, but as far as the cover up stuff goes, I absolutely 100% agree with that. I think that it became a thing of, oh crap. And I think that it was a situation like, let's just stack the evidence, make sure that we can make this look like a, strong case. She'll plead out and then we'll be done. And then they thought, it's a small town. They all know everybody. They have so many connections. This will never go anywhere. She'll plead out. This will all be over. It won't turn into an episode. And I think everything snowballed from there. But I think that the majority of the people who have issues with evidence and issues with like taillight and all of that stuff, I don't think that they are trying to cover up a murder. I think that they were trying to stack the deck to make sure that they got a conviction. That's what I think. You can't give hints on your theory and then say you'll never disclose it. That's not fair. Well, I'm telling you about like the theory of like everything else. The thing that I don't want to disclose is like what I think actually happened to John O'Keefe, or who I think was involved in that part. But I will give you my theory on the cover-up part. Do you and Chat Daddy have the same theory? See, I know what you're trying to do. Because then when he's in here, y'all are going to be like, Chat Daddy, what's your theory? And then he'll tell you. And then if I say, yeah, we have the same theory, then you'll be like, oh, that's what Brandi's theory is. I'm hoping we have a verdict by Thursday. Well, Thursday we have no court. It's Juneteenth. Thursday. I wish we could peek inside the jurors' room while they deliberate. Me too. Me too. Brandi don't want to get sued. They can't sue you for saying what you think, but it's, my thing is, I just don't want, if it were me, because I've been accused a lot online of doing things and saying things that I didn't do and say. And the things I've been accused of doing and saying aren't even, as bad as this. So I just know that it's not, I just want to be careful. That's all. We have, hold on, I got to pull something up real quick. Since everything's going a little crazy with Diddy, see if we can get an update on that. Um, sorry, getting something done. Can you explain a little bit about the next trial you're covering? It's going to be the Idaho 4. I'm going to work on, when we take a lunch break, I'm going to see, I'm going to pull some stuff up and we can talk about it some this afternoon while we're waiting. Hopefully they're taking this long because they are hung up on the DUI charge and not the murder charge. Maybe. I think that's going to be the one that, I think if there's anything that they could be hung up, I could see that being one they got hung up on. And the only reason I say that, like I said, is because that one clip where she's saying, you know, that she was buzzed and she wasn't as clear as she should have been and she wouldn't have driven on the interstate. I hope they make a movie or docuseries out of this trial so they can see how biased and disrespectful they were. Well, there is, but I wouldn't count on it being, the thing about those is you rely on the person making it to tell the a documentary is kind of like closing arguments, right? Like you have what you hear and what's told depends on who's telling it. So I just keep that in mind. I'm getting so anxious. Why is this taking so long? It's really not that long though. Because keep in mind, like we said, this is the first time in this many weeks that they've actually been able to even talk about it. Yeah, this isn't very long. It's a murder trial. They just sat through so much testimony and evidence they need to go back through. Yeah, and they have, it's usually 1 hour for every day in the shorter trials and 1 day for every week in the longer trials. So those are like the two guidelines that I usually hear on stuff like that. On average. There's always outliers. Murdoch was what, 3 hours? So. 8 days would be insane. Yeah. But then there were some, 1 week would be considered 5 days. And there are 5. There's not really, not every week had 5 days or even full days. So I don't know. We'll see. They probably spent the first few hours being like, okay, WTH, y'all. Lori's last trial, 5 days. Jury were out less than 30 minutes. Yeah. She's something else. She also didn't call any witnesses. I don't even know what witnesses she could call. But now she's got, 3 guilty verdicts under her belt, under her shock belt. With hers, it was so blatantly obvious. Like, it was so... It probably took that 30 minutes just for them to, walk back there, raise their hands, and then fill out the verdict form and walk back. Court TV's latest poll is still 80% not guilty. The verdict form, I think I already closed it out. Hold on. I can pull it back up. I never get in the chat. This is fun. The chat is what makes some of this so much fun. We can all talk about everything together. This is the one that they were talking about. Any lawyer collab? Yeah, I did I had Peter on my channel. When was that? right before this trial started, right? To talk about all of everything. I love Peter because he talks as fast as I do. Welcome back. No, nothing else has happened yet. Other than us just chatting and spiraling together as one. Does Bev oversee the civil case too? No. Thank goodness. Yeah, Peter's naturally on 1.25 speed, which I love because I am too the majority of the time. And also, I've noticed that when I watch him, a lot of times, like he'll say a lot of the same things that I said during the case. And I'm like, see, I told you. I'm not even an attorney, and I told you. That's what I said. Oh, then hold on. The new proposed verdict slip that was denied. Can you explain Tui Rodriguez? Tui Rodriguez is basically like, okay, y'all go back and try again. Take a look at all the evidence. Think about it. See if you can change your mind, because no other jury of 12 people will be able to deliberate any better than y'all. Okay, here, Christina Rex just posted the proposed. So this one has not guilty and guilty for each of the lessers, which I think is, I don't know why it's such a big deal that that's not allowed, but I think it makes it a lot clearer. I don't know why it's such a big deal to just, I don't know why. Do they have to wait for a conviction from this trial to do the civil trial? They don't have to wait for a conviction. They just postponed it until this one is over. Because the thing is, they're wanting Karen Reed to have to do like depositions for the civil trial, but anything she says in a deposition can be used against her, in this trial. So they wanted to postpone that pending the end of this one. And the judge allowed it. Why does Karen have to do a civil trial? Because Paul O'Keefe, the O'Keefe family, and John O'Keefe's estate, I think is how it's written, if I remember right, have filed a civil suit against her for wrongful death. Her, Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's. Any more updates from Twitter? I don't go there. I'm sorry. That one that I just read was like the new, or not new, the proposed new verdict form that was denied. That's the only other update I see. If she's found not guilty here, then wouldn't she automatically be found not guilty in civil court as well? No, because it's two different courts, but there's also two different burdens of proof. So in a civil case, the burden of proof is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's only basically it's more likely that she did it than she didn't. It's like if, there's a 51% chance she did it, then you can find guilty in civil. It's not the same burden of proof. Criminal is a much, much higher, the highest burden of proof. Yeah, O.J. Simpson lost on the civil and then went and got ice cream and never paid a dime. Oops. Have you seen the photos that someone found that are supposed to be from Paul's accident going 24 miles per hour? I found, yes, I don't. Let me rephrase. I don't know what you've seen. I've seen pictures. I found them from old local news articles about it. So I have seen pictures that I found, and when I went digging, I don't know if they're the same ones you saw. So yes and no. This is wild. I had to break up a fight in a juror deliberation room 21 years ago. Automatic mistrial after that one. That's wild. I bet the jury deliberation rooms could get pretty intense for some of these trials. It's on an accident case. That's interesting. What do you think the odds are the jurors are on TikTok or socials learning about the case, since most are Gen Z millennials? That's so hard to say, because with them being, if they're on social media at all, it's hard to get on social media and not see this, right? Especially if you're FYP. Oh, that's the for you page. Is local? Yeah, that makes sense. And the jurors are from Boston area, right? Yeah, they're all from Norfolk County. Do you think their morals will tell them not to look? It's one of those things like we have to trust and hope. The movie 12 Angry Men should be a must watch for any jury on a trial. Incredible movie. I don't know that I've ever seen that. I'll have to watch it. Hold on, let me text Chat Daddy because I'll forget. I don't know that I've seen it. My Cousin Vinny is, I love My Cousin Vinny. That's an old movie, Perry Mason says. Is it a book too? Is it a book? If it's a book, I'd rather read the book first. Oh, it is a book. Reginald Rose. I just watched Matthew McConaughey and Lincoln Lawyer for the first time. I love that movie. It's a book. I want to read the book first. Now that I might actually have some time after this trial is over. I need to read this. I need to read Ashley Flowers' new book. And there's one other one that I wanted to read. Oh, yeah, Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix, too. Yeah, it's the series now. The series is good, too. Well, y'all have convinced me. I'm ordering it now for $6 on Amazon. As he says, I just bought Ashley's book this weekend. I'm saving it to read for my Aruba trip in 21 days. You got to let us know how you like it. Everybody says it's so good. Don't get in any fights in Aruba. Ah. Hi. Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, I'm running a little late. I was jumping out of the courtroom for another hit, and now here I am.
Oh, that's okay. Y'all know I've been so in the weeds with Karen Reed. I haven't actually had time to keep up with any of the other trials happening right now. And I know that y'all have seen Lauren Conlon during our lunch breaks on the Diddy Digest updates. So I'm excited because she has a minute to kind of stop in and talk to us for a minute today. So Lauren, I don't know if you've had time to follow. Quick update on what we're doing. Both sides gave their closings Friday and the jury's deliberating. So we are now almost 5 hours into deliberation, but what I want to hear about is all about Diddy. Tell us what is going on.
Yes. Wait, I just want to ask you because I was asking other people what they think about when the verdict is coming back from Karen Reed. When do you think it's going to come back?
Friday.
Okay. I was in the same boat as you. The latter half of the week. Some people are like today, tomorrow. I'm like, no way.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay. You know what? I have an echo in my ear. Oh wait, it just seemed to stop. Okay, that's good. All right. I can give you just a bit of a rundown as to what's going on today. We actually just have, I'll start with saying that juror number 6, he was officially dismissed. I think the defense is very upset about this. He was one of the 5 Black jurors on the jury, but the judge has said that his race has nothing to do with his dismissal, completely unrelated. He was dismissed due to a residency issue. He made some inconsistent statements about where he lived. He made a statement initially that he lived in the Bronx with his aunt, and then it came out that he was staying in New Jersey with his girlfriend and his daughter, and that wouldn't necessarily be a big deal, but the judge felt like when he was questioned twice or 2 different occasions after this, he was, quote, shading answers to stay on the jury. And so the government was like, nope, see you later. An alternate came in this morning, and he was also a male because this juror was a male, and he was significantly older. So, I mean, the defense submitted a motion last night saying that if juror number 6 is dismissed, they'll be, motioning for another mistrial, which would be a 3rd time, I guess. But yeah, so that happened this morning. And then we saw a summary witness for the government because their case should rest this week. And the summary witness really just had text messages from Christina Quorum's phone, which is Diddy's right-hand chief of staff, from March of 2016 to February of 2024. Essentially, a lot of these texts were corroborating texts between her and other assistants about setting up hotel rooms, getting cash, assistants picking up cash from the security guards to deliver to hotel rooms between $5,000 and $10,000. We heard about packages being picked up. Someone named Guido was mentioned a few times. We're assuming this is a drug dealer, but we don't know. And we also saw a flight record that was booked from one assistant sent to Christina Quorum for an escort, Paul Arthur, from LA to Miami. So that goes directly with the indictment, transportation to engage in prostitution. We saw some funny texts, like this is just side note, funny texts between Diddy and his security guard D-Rock, or Damian Butler. D-Rock in 2023, November of 2023, a few days after Cassie's lawsuit dropped, he was like, hey bro, thinking of you, I love you, with like a heart emoji. I was like, oh shoot, that's interesting. The heart emojis. And then they had this little exchange about taking pictures of each other's Thanksgiving Day plates. He's like, let's keep the tradition alive, bro. Send me a pic of your plate. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so random. They do that too. Okay. And then something I think that was interesting was we saw text messages between D-Rock and Diddy from November of 2023 to February of 2024. And D-Rock would tell Diddy that he was going to try Mia. Mia is the pseudonym, the one assistant that we heard from. And then D-Rock would go and contact Mia and then sort of report back to Diddy saying, I talked to her. This is what she said. Mia happened to be in Honduras at the time, seemingly not wanting anything to do with Diddy. She was very polite and sweet to D-Rock, but basically D-Rock said, hey, Puff just wants to talk to you. He just wants to, ask you a few questions. And then we saw the text that we had already seen from Puff to Mia. Sorry, I'm calling him Diddy, Puff, Combs. Sorry about that. It's so annoying. He has a million names. Yeah. But we saw this text where he just said, hey, Mia, you were my right hand for so long. I just need my memory jogged on a few things. Can you hit me back? She doesn't really hit him back. But I think that the speculation around this is either he has a guilty conscience about what he did to Mia, or during the cross-examination, the defense was just like, no, he just wants his memory jogged because all these legal issues were coming at him after Cassie's lawsuit, and he wants to know who he was surrounded with, during that time, whatever. So that's kind of where we're at today. I did step out just for another hit, so I kind of missed the end of cross, so I'll catch up later. But yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping the government rests the case today. It's like, it's time, please.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Because how many days are y'all in now? Like, this is day what?
This is day 24. Day 24. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels, how many days was Karen Reed this time? I don't even remember.
Today is day 34.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
So
yeah.
they went into deliberations on day 33. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be probably the same, I think, or maybe longer, I'm guessing. Yeah, but doesn't it feel just so crazy long? It feels so crazy because you just don't have, I mean, for me, because I don't have my phone in court, I just can't do anything else. So it's, I'm kind of like, all right.
Yeah. And it's like, when you say day 30, you think about a month, but it's not. It's like there's, 5 days in a court week, or 4 days sometimes in a court week. So it's, 30 days is not a month. 30 days is like.
No. And then you have the weekends where you're, doing all your deliverables, writing your reports. And so it never gets out of your head. And I think, for me, I realized last week how much I am not really, I don't know how to say it. Like, I need to cleanse my brain, I guess, at the end of the day. I have a daughter who's 9, and it's really scary and upsetting to sort of think about how we as women are, I don't know, like, guys just have their ways with us sometimes, how they mentally manipulate us. And it's just like, how do you teach your daughter to maybe, I don't know. It's so hard. I'm not verbalizing this properly, but I know that you know what I'm trying to say now. It's just, it gets in my head, and I'm like, it's hard to listen to a lot of it. So,
yeah. Have you had a chance to watch any of the Karen Reed stuff? Or I know you're so crazy busy, so you probably haven't.
I catch up most days, actually, like in bed. Like, I actually was watching the closing statements the other day. And personally, I thought Alan Jackson's closing statement was better this time than it was for trial 1. I don't know. But one thing I haven't caught up on is some of the commentary, I guess. I have kind of stayed away from that. It's so toxic. I just can't handle it. But my opinion was that, yes, it was much better. And I was shocked to hear Hank Brennan kind of talk about his own case, saying, we're not really sure that a collision happened, but we think it did. I was like, oh, geez, okay.
He has gone back and forth, and he said, like, I can't stand him. I never thought that somebody would make me miss Adam Lally, but yet here we are.
Oh my God. No, don't go that far. I don't know if I should, I mean, really? I mean, I guess to put you to sleep, I guess I miss Lally a little bit as like a lullaby type of thing.
Hank Brennan just does some things that are just, in my personal opinion, I don't think are very ethical. He's he says things that aren't true, and he misleads the jury in multiple things, and he can be very disrespectful, especially, during cross-examination. So I'm not a fan. And I think that he has behaved more like a defense attorney than a prosecutor, which is hard for me because I hold the prosecutors to a higher standard. And so it's just, hard to see. But.
Yeah. I mean, because isn't he a defense attorney? Like, isn't that his number one tried and true role here? So he probably can't help himself, right? That's just the way his brain operates. And I feel like, from just my own standpoint, the way I look at cases, I don't know about you, I think my brain operates defense attorney wise. I'm always trying to poke holes in everything that I hear or I read. And even sitting up here, we're hearing all this horrible stuff. I have my thoughts and my views, I on what I see, but I still find myself being like, oh, okay. Oh, all right. I see. You know what I mean? Like, I can't help it. That's the way my brain operates.
Yeah.
So, and not saying I side with the defense on, this. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying in general, this is just how, my brain
Well, and that's how it's
operates.
supposed to be. You're supposed to stand firm in, innocent until they force you into, a guilty verdict. So I think it's good. But what do you think the verdict will be in this case?
And Karen Reed?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think it's going to be hung again. I can't help but say that. Only because if the jurors' opinions are anything like the public's opinions, which are it's very rare to find someone that changes their mind about this case if they were standing firm and how they felt. So that's my thing. I think that they are going to come back probably on Tuesday, hand a note and say, yeah, we're hung right now. And then Canoni will issue the Allen charge, and they'll have to, but I just don't, how are they going to find? Yeah, I don't know.
I know.
Why? What do you think? Do you think it'll be not guilty this time or what?
I don't want it to be hung again. I think that they did such a great job at giving reasonable doubt. And I think that this case was this trial was so much more streamlined than the last one, in the sense that there's not all that extra convoluted stuff happening.
Yes.
So I felt like it was a lot more clear and to the point. So I feel like it should be not guilty, but thinking about what it should be and what it will be are often not the same thing.
Yeah.
So I hope it's a not guilty, because I truly feel like that's what the just answer is. But I don't even want to.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to this lawyer in line here. I think it's something like Logic or something on YouTube, and he's been covering the Diddy trial really well. But he said to me, he goes, "Do you know how I know Karen Read is innocent?" And I said, "How?" He said, "Because John O'Keefe's body didn't have grass and dirt on it, and it hadn't been snowing yet when he was allegedly hit or thrown out, or however whatever you want to say, when he was laying there and the snow was piling, you would have had dirt and grass, because that's what was on the ground, and there wasn't." So I was like, oh, that's interesting. He said if you go back to the I forget the cute man that testified about the weather, he's like, go back to that testimony, lay it all out there time wise, go hour by hour, minute by minute, and you will see when the snow started to fall as to when his body was on the ground. And it would have had lots of that on his back, and it didn't. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. But
we loved that. We loved the guy who talked about the snow. He said there was enough snow to track a cat. Yeah, we called him Snow Pappy. He's or Snow. Yeah, he was like the cutest thing in the world. We loved him. So
no, I was still watching the trial minute by minute when he was testifying, because this one hadn't started yet.
yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
What's going to be your next trial? What are you watching next?
Well, I mean, so after this, I feel like I'd written down some hearings in New York City to attend. Now, one of them is the crypto king, the guy from Kentucky, and another man, his name is John Waltz and William Duplessis. They held this Italian guy, allegedly held him hostage in this $30 million a month, or I'm sorry, $30,000 a month Manhattan townhouse, where they allegedly tortured him to get his Bitcoin password. So I hopefully will be attending those hearings after this. And then there's another really crazy case, Brandi, that no one is talking about yet. This disgraced lawyer named Ryan Hemphill, they're calling him the sadistic sugar daddy. Allegedly, he was, there was at least 6 women that he was assaulting and torturing in his apartment near the Empire State Building. They found torture tools in his house, like cattle prods and stuff. It's wild. And the district attorney actually is asking more people to come forward if they have information. But this guy essentially lied to all these women, said he was super loaded. I think NBC did this deep dive into his LinkedIn and his past workplaces, and some of these workplaces had never even heard of him before. So he had lied about his work, lied about his money, and he's using an attorney from legal aid too. So that's another thing where it's like, you have all this money, but you can't afford your own attorney. Okay. So he has another hearing coming up. These are both in July. And then, of course, we've got Luigi Mangione, whose next hearing at state court is in September. So those 3 cases, the sadistic sugar daddy, the crypto, and then Mangione should be my next ones.
Yeah. I haven't even heard of that one that you're talking about with the
I know.
I haven't even heard of that.
No one has. That's why I'm like, and not to sound crass, but it just reminds me of, I guess, like Manhattan in the 90s, some of these cases that we don't necessarily hear about that are super salacious and just super tragic, but like no one died, but horrible things have happened, right? So it's almost like, I don't know, it's kind of like this case where you got to just program your brain to turn it off after you hear it.
Yeah, that's wild. And you said Mangione is September?
So his next state hearing is in September. Yes. The federal hearing, he just had one, and I have to check that. Yeah, so I'm not sure when the next federal one would be. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. If you look at the New York City court docket, you'll be horrified. I mean, there's just so many cases that I just sit there and I'm like, oh my gosh, should I go to this one after? Should I go to that one? That one looks a little too violent for me. But yeah, it's just never ending here.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to seeing what all you cover. I like to, because like when I get involved in a trial, I don't get to do much else. So I feel like I get all of your inside scoop from the updates.
Well, thank you so much. And I love everything that you're doing here. You're so amazing to follow. You know every single detail, Brandi. It's so impressive. Honestly, it's so impressive.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We
have to see each other again soon. Oh yeah. I was telling them about, we were talking earlier about, because last time you and I saw each other, we were at the falls.
Yes.
So we were talking about that earlier about, and I was like, it was like the weirdest thing, because we were all talking Karen Reed stuff, and we were at like, it was the falls, not waterfall, but it was, it was
the fall, and there was a waterfall there, because it was like part of that cheesy hotel. What's it called?
Opryland, Gaylord Opryland.
Yes, that's exactly. So it was that was, oh my gosh. And that guy, remember you had a fan that he was sweet, but he brought you like a stop and shop bag.
He brought me the Stop and Shop bag. And and I was like, this is crazy. So
then the trolls came quick for you for that
one.
Oh,
they always do.
Yeah, no, but I remember specifically, I was like, she didn't even, a guy just gave this to her. What did she do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was funny. But.
Yeah, good times. But no, I am ready, even though I haven't been obviously like you guys, but I'm ready for a Karen Reed verdict to be decided, and for everybody to kind of, move on with the vitriol online. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, I will have another update, obviously, on Crime Junkie today or tomorrow. I mean, whatever. I got these updates every day, so everybody can see those, my breakdowns for the full day. I usually try to do them within 20 minutes as to not bore everybody, because there's a lot.
I know it's hard to cover everything in such a small amount of time, isn't it? It's like trying to fit like a full court day of stuff, and like trying to get like the meat and potatoes of everything and keep it. And sometimes it's so hard to get, because I find that too, doing the podcast. I'm like, when we're in trial and I'm trying to fit 5 days worth of stuff into 1 hour,
Yeah. It's so crazy. So what I've been doing, just like this helps me when I write all my notes. As I go, I highlight what I think is important for people to hear, because it might match the indictment, or whatever. I mean, or it's salacious, or it's funny. I don't know, but that's been helping me. But I just wish I could have a phone, because my hand is like, it's like the claw. I can't even move it half the time. It's like,
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you hanging out with us for a little bit and getting the update. I look forward to seeing the rest of your Diddy Digest videos. And we have, for those of you who haven't seen them and you want to keep up, there's a playlist that we have here on Crime Junkie Jury, and it has all of that stuff. So
yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'll hit me up. I'll be around if you guys need, if you need some convo, I guess, during the verdict watch, because I'm with you. I don't think it'll be any time before the end of the week, but who knows? We'll see.
Maybe.
Yeah. We'll see. All right. Well, thanks, Brandi. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. See you later.
I love her. She's awesome. She's the best. That'll be a weird one. A weird trial to be in person for, right? Yep, New York is wild. New York is wild. Pants. Yep, it was pants. He brought me the Stop and Shop bag. And there's a picture of it, and people went crazy. People do that. Yeah, X is insane with Karen Reed. I still have that. By the way, that Stop and Shop bag that Pants gave me, I still have that Stop and Shop bag. In case I ever need to collect evidence. Yes, I did get married. It was kind of like a secret wedding. We didn't tell anybody. We're doing our actual wedding on April 4th, if I ever have time to plan it. I've been binging Lauren's updated and podcast, but yeah, her updates are great because it really does give all of the stuff that we don't get to see, because that one's not streamed, and they can't even have like phones or anything in there. So all we get are updates. So she's there. The ham sandwich from this trial reminds me of the muffin stuff from the Johnny Depp trial. It was a secret wedding, yes. Do you think we're in the majority or the minority of thinking Karen Reed is innocent? I want a national poll. All of the polls that I've seen from like the big national networks and stuff are all majority not guilty. The only one that I've ever seen where the majority was guilty was on one of the, somebody posted a screenshot. It was on one of the little channels with like, that's what they do. They like, that's all that watches that one. All of the ones that are like the national coverage that I've seen have all been majority not guilty. I'm starting to worry after arguing with people in YouTube comments, their answer for why Karen Reed is guilty. How else could it have happened? That's not even close to good enough to convict. It's not. And I think that's one of those things that's kind of scary about all this, right? Is that I think that, which is why I think that it was great for Jackson to go through what it means to have reasonable doubt, because he even specifically said, he was like saying, like, if you think she probably did it, that's not good enough. You have to be certain. You have to like go home with certainty that this is what happened and you stand firm in that. There's no other reasonable explanation. This is what the prosecution said happened is what happens. And you are unshakable in that. You can't say she probably did it. It has to be certain. I thought he did such a great job at explaining that. And I like that Jackson stressed moral certainty. I thought that was great too. Yes. I thought that was great too. The prosecution in their closing wasn't even sure what happened. You know, that's something that was interesting too. Remember when Rentschler was on the stand, he said a couple times, oh, not guilty is trending right now. I just looked over. Wait, why is Lake Lanier trending? Oh gosh, what happened in Lake Lanier? Did somebody else? 27-year-old swimmer disappears in Lake Lanier. I don't know. People stop getting in Lake Lanier. Lake Lanier again. Look, don't get me wrong. I grew up, I'm from Georgia. Of course, I lived on Sinclair, not Lanier, but I'm from Georgia. Lake Lanier is beautiful. You want to go on a boat? Go on a boat. Don't swim in the water. Don't get in the water. Don't get in the water at Lake Lanier. Don't get in the lake. They have some cool spots where you can stay out of the water. Don't get in the water. Don't get in the water at Lake Lanier. Don't do it. Weren't they making a movie about that? Because sorry, for those of you saying why, I forget, not everybody knows what I'm talking about. Because people disappear in the lake all the time. I have said before, I think the lake is haunted. You can't convince me otherwise. People disappear. The lake is haunted. I'm telling you right now, the lake is haunted. I truly believe that. Like somebody jumped in and got electrocuted. I don't think that one was ever explained how he got electrocuted, right? I mean, it's one of the deadliest lakes in the United States. I 100% believe it's haunted. I don't think people... Let's see. Jacob was young when... What is Usher's wife, or I guess ex-wife, when he died there? Jacob was young. I'm trying to... her son died there. What was her name? Usher's ex-wife. One of you is going to know it. Tamika, yes. Tamika Foster. Yes, thank you. Yeah, her son, that's the lake that he died in too. But it's one of the deadliest lakes in the United States. It's man-made. I thought that somebody was making a movie on that. Weren't they? Oscarville was the name of the town that they flooded out. They like forced however many people were in that town, like forced them out so that they could flood it and make a lake. It's one of the most dangerous. Squirrel. Yes, I know. ADHD. Was I looking something up before I saw that? I saw trending and then Lake Lanier trending and then squirrel. Yeah, it's a deadly lake. Let me Google how many people have died at Lake Lanier. Let's see. Oh no, this one says 700. This one says more than 1,000. This one says 3 this past week. In 2023 alone, 8 people died at Lake Lanier. The deadliest year on record since 2019. This one was from like 3 years ago, and it said 700 people. I don't know what the newest statistic is. So I don't know how. Unless you want to be pulled under by invisible hands. That's what I think they were making, like a horror movie literally based on this lake. My friend lives on Lake Lanier and I refuse to get in the water. I wouldn't. I grew up near there and I wouldn't. I smell a podcast series. That would make a good podcast. I think Ghost Adventures has an episode on it. That wouldn't surprise me. Oh, that's a good idea. Ashley should do a So Supernatural on that lake. Evil Queen says, Lake Lanier in Georgia, they say it's haunted. It is not true. I live near it. It is not true. They are lying. No one died making the lake. I'm telling you, I 100% disagree. I think it's haunted. 100% believe it's haunted. Brandi, stop. No, I'm opinionated. No, I 100% believe it. Here's my thing. If it's one of the most, and because this is not speculation, that it is factually proven, it is one of the most deadly lakes in the United States. So if you know that, why get in? Because whether you think it's because it's haunted or it's just dangerous, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why you don't get in. Just don't get in. I grew up on a lake and they did it and it was cheesy. I think it's on, I never did see it. I remember seeing that they were making one, never did see it. I grew up on a lake and I am a very, very strong swimmer. But I would never get in that lake. And I'm a very strong swimmer. They flooded a town, but the people were not in the town. Let's get this straight. Yeah, that's what I said a minute ago. They forced people out of the town so that they could flood it. It's just dangerous. I'm just like, if there's going to be like if you tell me that there's a statistic where more people have died in this lake than almost any other lake in the country, I'm gonna be like, I'm good for that. I'm good. I'll stay over here, landside. I'll stay away. We don't need Google. We have chat. I love it. Yeah, I love, and that's why, like, anytime I can't think of something or words get stuck or whatever, I can ask y'all, and then one of y'all knows it. I love it. It is beautiful. I just wouldn't get in the water. Yeah, that's what I just found too. It's estimated there were 700 deaths there in the past 70 plus years since it was created. I need a ham sandwich. I think we're almost at lunch. Didn't they say that they're not going to have any questions from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock because they're going to be taking lunch? So we can take our lunch during that time. And then we'll just spiral the rest of the time. I wonder if they're going to be staying late today. Lake Norman, North Carolina eats people too. I've never heard of that one. Chat Daddy's from North Carolina. I'll have to ask him about it. He grew up in North Carolina. I think they were near Tillery. Does that sound right? Lake Tillery? Absolutely haunted. Lived here my whole life and work in Buford. Don't get in the water. Oh, I love Buford. Is the Dam store still there? It was called the Dam store. I don't know if it's still there. It's been a while since I've been to Buford. But the Buford Dam is right over there by Lake Lanier, and they had the Dam store that was right there. Oh, it burned? Aw. Oh, that's sad. I feel like they will only stay late if they are close, probably. They're doing lunch from 1:30 to 2:30 today. Lady Bird Lake in Austin has something weird going on too. I think I've heard of that. Did they make a show or movie or documentary or something about that? I think I've heard of that. Speaking of Chat Daddy, where's our friend? His friends are waiting, aka us. He's working. He had some work to get done today. You should look up the haunted forest in Virginia. They burned it down with injured Civil War soldiers, and still in the forest. It was so dense with trees, the fire burned quick. I've heard of some. I remember watching some supernatural show, and they had a forest that they said was haunted. That they had like some kind of video footage of something weird happening. I can't remember what it was. It's been a long time. A lot of the filming for Ozark was at Lake Lanier. Yes. Yep. The restaurant and that house, the bird's house, are on Lake Lanier. I wonder what Lawyer No was saying about Lake Lanier. I know. I get. sidetracked. Blair Witch. Y'all remember when Blair Witch came out? Some of you might not. Some of you might be way younger than me. But I remember when it came out, like, people thought it was real. Like, didn't know that it was like people thought it was real. When Ozark filmed on Lake Allatoona, it was a nightmare. Yeah, they filmed like all over around there. Same thing here in Massachusetts. It's the Hockomock Triangle where weird phenomenon happened. My older brother convinced me it was real, and I still don't think I've recovered. The BBC did a documentary about Lake Lanier. It's called Lady of the Lake. I'll have to watch some of that. I thought it was real at first. Me too. I did. I was in high school. Kathy Rosen just posted, the first jury deliberated 27 hours. So as a comparison, first one, 27 hours. Blair Witch Project. You're making a story too. I remember, I think I was in high school when it came out, and Alex said, born and raised near Lanier. They definitely did not move all the grave sites they said they did. For sure it's haunted. Nobody will ever change my mind. It's the same way. Like, people, all of us from Georgia, people are either like, yep, absolutely, you can't change my mind, or no, it's not, and you can't change my mind. It's one of those things, like, there is no middle ground on Lake Lanier. Charleston is just one big haunted city. Yeah, Charleston and Savannah, they do like the ghost tours and stuff of those. I just remember Blair Witch making me sick because of the bouncing camera. Every time I open my my phone, you know, like when you open your phone and like if the camera is on or something and it's like looking up your nose, every time I do that, I'm like, oh, Blair Witch. Oh, yeah. And Nola. Yep. Oh, and St. Augustine. Yeah, St. Augustine. So St. Augustine, I think, was the first like little getaway trip that Chat Daddy and I ever went on together. And it's so pretty. That little town is so pretty. But we did the haunted tour in St. Augustine, the ghost tour or whatever, that night. And it was at the time, my friends had planned it, and it's like on this little, you get on like this little bus or whatever, and like it takes you to all these different haunted places or whatever. But they planned it on a night that Georgia was playing. So we're on this haunted tour. Georgia was playing Texas. Texas was ranked #1 at the time. So I'm literally, we're finished, like we're on this ghost tour, and I'm like, yeah, this is great. My friends are, and I are on this tour. And I'm sitting here like on my phone like this, watching the game. And so they're all like, you know, into this like spooky, you know, whatever. And then I'm like, yeah. But you know, we beat Texas and it was great. And then I got to enjoy the rest of it after the game was over. So there's that. Don't ever plan anything that you want me to pay attention to if it's during a Georgia game. I'm just going to throw that out there. If you need me to pay attention to something, it cannot be during a Georgia game. St. Augustine is gorgeous. It is beautiful. Oh my gosh, Harry's. We went to Harry's to eat there. Oh, it's so good. So good. Ronnie, I did a ghost tour in Roswell, Georgia, and not even kidding, something pulled my hair. Ah. Bookstore in Roswell. Someone touched my husband's arm in a jail ghost tour in Charleston. Oh my gosh. The St. Augustine tour took us to the jail. We went to that was like the ending part of, if I remember right. That was like the last part of the St. Augustine tour. Go Dogs. What's more popular, the Falcons or the Bulldogs? It depends on the season. I love both. I'm like diehard Georgia. Like plan my schedule around Georgia football season. I am a Falcons fan too, but if I only get to pick one or the other, it's going to be Dogs all day. Is it safe to say I shouldn't roll Tide around you? That's safe to say, yes. That is safe to say. I've done a walking ghost tour in Plymouth. It's really fun. My brother caught something on camera. What is that? What's the one that was in, it's in Ohio and they say it's haunted. It's the old prison. It was Mansfield. Yep, Mansfield. See, who needs Google? I got chat. Mansfield. It was in the movie Mansfield Reformatory. Yes. Shawshank Redemption. Yep. See, who needs Google? I just wait on y'all to answer. That one, I went on that one, and I took a picture in that one, and you can see like I don't know what it was, like an orb looking thing in the picture. I don't even know how to describe it. That was kind of crazy. A white orb like in The Sixth Sense. I don't remember what that was. Here, I probably have the picture. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I probably have it on Facebook. Facebook's not working. I can't get onto Facebook. I'll see if I can find it when we go to lunch and email it to myself so I can show y'all. We did a ghost tour in Boston a few years ago and are doing one in San Diego in July. There's one, where was it? Where's the one where, maybe it was Savannah. I think it might have been Savannah. Yeah, Savannah has a bunch of different ones. Savannah's such a pretty town. Anyone want to go to Alcatraz? Do they do tours? They do tours, don't they? We should make family trips to go there. We should all just plan and go to these random tours, random prisons, random whatever. Alcatraz tour is so cool. I want to do that one. I want to do the Pacific Coast Highway. I want to fly out there and do Pacific Coast Highway. I want to go down and see. I want to see like the redwoods, and I want to do all that. No updates. And I want to do Route 66. I want to take a road trip and do Route 66. I have all these plans. Do you go down to Key West much? I love Key West. We went down to Key West. I believe it was right before the trial started, because we went down there for Chat Daddy's birthday, and we went to Miami, then Key West, then Grassy Key. Grassy Key was my favorite. You know, they have a live camera in Key West. Do you ever just look at people on live cameras? Or am I the only creeper here? It's okay. I saw it the other day. Oh, I love the zoo live cameras too. Yeah, that's how I became obsessed with pandas. So we went to this place called Robbie's Marina in Almirada on the way to Key West, and they have tarpon feeding, and they have live cameras there too where you can watch them, and the pelicans come, and it's so pretty. And then they have look, like if you go to YouTube, like you can Google this, like you can see, like see they have the live cam of the southernmost point. This is Robbie's. This is the live cam at Robbie's. You can watch them tarpon feeding. See, they have, like, we walked out on that deck or whatever, and you can see all the tarpon right there. They have, like, if you ever go, like, if you ever actually just Googled this stuff, there are some really cool live cams. Look how crowded Robbie's is right now. That's crazy. That place is really cool, though. Have I ever been to Destin? Yes. Destin's only like 45 minutes from me. Well, not here, from the condo. I have been to Robbie's. It's cool, isn't it? Like those fish will like jump, you know, like jump up and like come out of the water to grab the fish as you're feeding them. I'm touring Alcatraz at the beginning of August. That's so cool. You must visit the Ohio State Reformatory. It's where the movie Shawshank Redemption was filmed. I did. That's the one that I was at when I saw the orb, or I didn't see the orb. I saw when I was looking at the pictures that we took. There's like a, I don't know if that's the right word for it. It's like a white something, like a little round white something floating. It's in one of the pictures I took. Okay, so that is an orb. I see. I didn't know if that was the right word, but it's kind of crazy, right? Mm. Court TV is reporting jury is coming back. Can anyone confirm? I have not. I don't see anything. But I thought it was lunchtime for them. Mm. Yeah, I don't see anything other than. Yeah. All right. I am going to take a luncheon recess. There have been no questions yet. No questions yet. I am going to take a luncheon recess. I'll leave up the timer. Do you pause the clocks for lunch? Only if they stop deliberating during lunch. The judge gave them the option to have their lunch delivered and work through that. So unless we know if they're working through that, we don't know. So I'm just going to leave it up. She gave them the option. I'm going to be researching like linear during lunch and break. Panda camera. I don't know if we have a Panda camera that I can play. Because it has to be like, in order to play them, like I do like the Schooners camera and stuff like that, it has to be a live camera that doesn't have any kind of rules on licensing and stuff. Like it has to be like for public use camera, which would normally only be specific zoos. I don't have any of my verdict brows. They're at the condo. I'll tell the verdict brow story when I come back. Do you want beach camera? Do you want what's for lunch, Brandi? A ham sandwich, duh. What else could it be? Beach cam, okay. What else would we do other than beach cam? I mean, other than ham sandwich. The ham sandwich thing is one of the most ridiculous. Ham cam. Okay. Here's beach cam. I'll keep it up right there. All right, I'm going to take a little break. Let me leave you. Oops. All right, here you go. All right, I'll be back, y'all. Psst. 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 I don't know how that still scares y'all. I don't know how. Don said, oh, you look behind you. That's so funny. In the zone working. I know that's what I was doing. I was sitting here working. Oh, okay. Well, then you have an excuse, True Crime Ranch. If you're just listening and not watching, then you have an excuse for to scare you. Cat, Major Cat run to the TV. That's funny. Don't understand what can be taking this long unless there's it's really not long. I promise y'all, it seems like long for us because we're sitting here staring at a fan. We've been watching a fan for 7 hours. So to us, it feels like a long time. Because who watches a fan? Who, if anyone, watches a fan for 7 hours? But it's really not, it's really not a long time comparatively. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, we've discussed it for days, weeks, months, years, and they have not been allowed to discuss it until Friday afternoon for about an hour and a half. And then today. Is this kind of day boring for you, Brandi, or are you loving the easier kind of day just chatting? It's never boring. The verdict watch days are both good and bad because I don't have to go back over it all again tonight to make sure that I get everything I missed. So that's nice. I actually get time off in the evenings, which doesn't happen during trial time. So that part's nice. It is a little bit more difficult during the day because instead of us chatting on sidebars and during breaks and things like that and breaking everything down, it's just us staring at a fan. So then there's a lot more of trying to pass time while we stare at a fan. When, if ever, do you sleep? When the trial is over. I average, during trial time, I average about 3 to 4 hours a night. They have not asked for anything yet. Karen's with her team at Yanetti's office nearby. Yeah, so what we do all day, so I wake up, I'll give you my typical schedule during trial time. I wake up early, usually at least 3 hours before trial starts, and get all the caffeine inside of me that I can stand. And then I usually come in here and start, because I've got a fresh mind, it's easier for me to look over things. So I'll usually sit here and work for about 3 hours before we start trial. Then we stream all day. I'll take my little break at lunch and try to eat something and go sit outside and smell fresh air. And then come back in here for the afternoon. And then after the afternoon is over, work on the recap. After that's over, then I start going back through all of the day's testimony to make sure I didn't miss anything so that I can put it together for the podcast. And then I usually do that late into the night. Wake up and do it all over again. And then on the weekends, work on the podcast. Writing it, recording it, all that good stuff. Pulling the clips. That's during trial time. When it's not trial time, it's not as bad. It's just like trial time adds on a second full-time job on top of the already very busy full-time job. But it's something I very much enjoy doing, so I'm definitely not complaining. What time are they staying until today? I don't think that they said, did they? Unless I missed it. I don't think that they said anything about how long they're staying. Back from lunch, what's happening? Nothing. We are all still staring at a fan. Sitting around tracking cats. Still not, you know what? I'm going to, oh, actually, hold on. There. There we go. This only fan has been working hard today. This is the only time that I can imagine where thousands of people all over the world, probably not even thousands, like it has to be in the million, right? If not in the million, hundreds of thousands. Watch a fan all day. And wait for the camera to shake. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I hear that in my head all the time. You are unmuted. That, every time that's heard, everybody's like, oh my gosh. How many jury questions in the last trial? The only one I can remember is them asking for the cert report. Goodbye. You are unmuted. Goodbye. Hear ye, hear ye. Cue air noises. Right. You are unmuted. Hear ye is my favorite. I'm gonna make my alarm clock say that. I'm gonna miss that when we do Idaho, the hear ye, hear ye. Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Justice Canoni. Draw near, give your attention, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is open, you may be seated. Or something like that. But anytime he's sick and the other person does it, I'm always like, this is fake. This is not even real. He's not even putting any heart into it. We need hear ye merch. It was spot on. Thank you. Thank you. Not saying it with his chest. Yeah, the fill-in is not like, it's just not the same. It's definitely not the same. You should make a YouTube short with all the funniest things AJ has said and one with the most outrageous stuff Brennan has said. I don't want to have to go back and listen to Brennan in order to remember. Oh, he just irks me. Dater. The dater doesn't lie. Metadater. We just want the metadata. Honey Bang Tank. Oh my God, the Apple Healthcare app. Ugh. I don't know why Apple Healthcare just drives me nuts. I think because he talks about it like he knows so much about it, but he doesn't even know what it's called. And I'm like, you shouldn't be allowed to talk about how much you know about the data if you don't even know what the data is called. Betty has a Fitbit. Law enforcement. LAR. I heard your analysis too much. I was like, who is Betty? You said bet he. Law enforcement. The law. Gotta follow the law. The Idaho case is Brian Koberger. He is going on trial for the killing of 4 college students in Idaho. He is going to be tried August 11th. Counsel wants to see me. I'll see you at sidebar. I'll see you at sidebar. Ask it a different way, Mr. Jackson. Ugh. Garage. So maybe that's what I'll do with my time off. I'll clean out my garage. Over here was the most disrespectful and childish display that I think I've ever seen by an attorney. It was infuriating to me. Him doing it's like calling a dog. It was so disrespectful. It was so immature. It was ridiculous. This is why it's a good thing that I was not in that courtroom. If that had happened when I was in there, I would not be able to fix my face. Over here. Ugh. He did it twice. Once wasn't bad enough. Then he did it to Dr. Wolf too. Yeah. Do you have memory issues with Dr. Russell? Oh. Bringing up the stuff with the wife. And the thing is like attorneys are going to attorney, and I get that. He takes it beyond that. I don't like what he does. I don't like it. That gas from Dr. Russell, I loved that she did that. that she acknowledged how disgusting he was in that moment. I am not a fan. I tell you what, if, and I don't want to talk it up, if it's a hung jury and there has to be a third trial, I don't think that's going to happen, but just in case, and he's the prosecutor, I don't know that, I can't even think about having to watch him again. He's disgusting. He's awful. He's awful. I think of prosecutors as the ones who are trying to pursue the truth and get the truth to the jury. And he does the opposite. He does everything he can to keep the truth from the jury. And he misleads them so much that it's like, it's gross. It's gross. He is gross to me. I don't like him. Not a fan. When he asked Dr. Russell that last question and then walked away. Hey, Slick. Tinsley heard you come in. Oh. Sorry. Him, I don't even want to talk about Hank anymore. He just makes me, he's ruining my buffalo chicken rollers. You came and got Tinsley, and then she went to the door like, wait for me. Oh. Yeah, Crash, I was like, you're shaking your head. Because he kept on asking Dr. Wolf things that Dr. Wolf over and over and over said, that's Dr. Rensler's part. Dr. Rensler's going to talk to you about that. I can't wait for y'all to hear the podcast episode tomorrow. When you put all of it together and you actually see how bad it is. I can't wait for y'all to hear the podcast episode tomorrow. What's funny too is that after Dr. Rensler finished his direct, I was like, man, that was a really strong direct. And I was like, how is he going to argue with that? Like how, because remember we were even thinking like, okay, put your prosecutor hat on. How would you go after that? Of all the ways that I was sitting here thinking about like ways that he could try to go after Dr. Rensler's argument, ham sandwich was not on the list. Did you anticipate a verdict by now? No, I'm thinking it's going to be end of the week. I know we don't have court Thursday. I'm thinking it will be Friday, maybe Wednesday. I expected a verdict quick last trial. I'm so torn on the deliberating time this go around. It takes a while. Because keep in mind too, it's not even just like going back there and like, so is it, what are we thinking? They have like all of those jury instructions, that Bev read out loud. They have to go sort through all of that, read the law, and then sort through all of that, like everything that they've heard over the last 8 weeks that they haven't got to talk about at all. I loved that moment when he's like, I'll try to talk slower and clearer for you. What was so funny about the details matter. Sorry, every time I get a notification, I look down to make sure it's not jury stuff. What was so funny about the details matter is Hayden Brennan comes out hollering. He's like, facts matter. Isn't that right, Dr. Rentschler? Facts matter. Facts matter. And Dr. Rentschler's like, well, yeah, facts matter. And he's like, well, that's what you kept saying, isn't it? You kept saying facts matter. And Dr. Rentschler's like, actually, I said details matter. You can't make that up. It's like, what he said was details matter, but you don't have the details right. You don't even know what he said. So funny. The fact that Rescue Randy is not on the witness list. Rescue Randy and Rocky Albert. Me too. Randy's no dummy. I have questions. I want to know about the x-rays. How did Brennan, where are they? How did he not see them? Did he not hand them over? What is happening with the x-rays? I need to know that. Do you think another deadlock could happen? Would they try her again? Yeah, I think they would. It still cracks me up that Hank decided not to call Dr. Welcher back again after Ark had testified. The only logical thing Hank has done. I don't think that they would come back. I don't know that that was Hank's decision. I think that was Welcher's decision. Missing witness, Rocky Albert. Like the fact that Rescue Randy was not called to the stand or put on the evidence list bothers me. I don't think I've been that disappointed about somebody not being called to the witness list as I was when Maria Sanchez wasn't called to the witness list. If you know, you know. I normally am listening at 2 times the speed on breaks and after work, and it's weird to be in here in real time. Welcome. You are all set. Can they say no? Aren't they subpoenaed? No, experts can say no. Who do you think was the defense's MVP witness? I think Dr. Well, I mean, it's like those last, few, right? Like all the doctors. I think like the defense had really strong witnesses. Obviously, Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf. I think Dr. La Posada was really great too, and she did a great job explaining things very clearly. But I think the dater is the most important part of this because there being no collision. And the fact that Dr. Rentschler said multiple times, that he doesn't believe there was a collision. He's like, I don't think there's a collision. I don't think he got hit by a car. Data doesn't show that. Hear ye should be the new greeting instead of hello. I very rarely answer my phone, but if I do, I should start answering it like that. Start answering the phone. Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Canoni, the justice of this court, draw near. Give your attention and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is open. You may be seated. There's one fact I cannot clear. The telephone on John O'Keefe did not move anytime after that rough 10 to 20 second window. All conspiracy does not work. So here's the thing. If what the defense is saying happened was the prosecution, then they would have to prove that. But they don't have to prove anything. So having one part of their theory that doesn't make sense to you or doesn't work for it or doesn't whatever, or that you question, doesn't really matter in this situation because they don't have to prove anything that happened. The Commonwealth does. And the Commonwealth wasn't able to prove it. So not knowing what happened to the phone, to me personally, doesn't change anything about the science not working on it being a motor vehicle collision. The injuries don't line up with that. Where he was at in the yard doesn't line up with that. That's one of the biggest parts too, is that, you know, there were different descriptions or estimates that, you know, were given from different witnesses about how far they thought he was in the yard, right? Most of them were anywhere between like, I think 8 to 10 to 20 feet, right? I think the shortest estimate was about 8 feet, if I remember right. And I think the farthest estimate was 10 to 20 feet, is I think what he said. The crash daddies said, you can't go back that far or out that far or whatever. There's nothing to project you. You can't end up there. There's nothing to project you. If you got hit by a car and only your arm got hit, but somehow didn't get hit hard enough to break any bones or cause any bruises, just enough to scratch you, even if it was enough to break bones, if nothing else on your body got hit, your center of mass didn't get hit, which means there's nothing to project you forward or backwards, whatever, however you want to look at it. There's nothing to project you back. So you can't end up 10 feet over there if your arm gets scratched over here. Well, 30 feet was from the point of impact. So I'm being very conservative in that because 30 feet is even wilder, right? But even at the most conservative, like in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, even if you're looking at it in the most conservative estimates being 8 feet off the road, even that isn't possible. It's not physically possible. You have, if you're going to be thrown back 8 feet, and like I said, let's use the most conservative, just the most conservative to give it the benefit of the doubt, because we're looking at possibilities. The most conservative was 8 feet, right? If your 200 and something pound, 6'1", 200 and something pound body is going to be thrown back 8 feet, something is going to have to hit you hard enough to send you back 8 feet. And something scratching your arm isn't going to do that. I always said in the beginning, when I very first started with this, I was like, I feel like something's going to come up where we'll hear that those scratches came from something under the car or something. There has to be something for them to be able to explain the energy, or not the energy, the injuries. And I kept thinking that would come eventually, and it never did. I've always had a problem with the way that the injuries and the damage to the car lined up, and they've never been able to clear that up. And in fact, they've never had anybody that could give any explanation about how that could work. Like they said, they had the kindergarten, finger painting project, which was, it was something. But even that had no scientific value whatsoever. Had zero scientific value. And Hank Brennan, after that was like, after he went through all of that, the crash daddies went through all that, Hank Brennan even said, he started it, going after Dr. Rentschler after that. He's like, did he say anything about, how he was saying that that's how the arm was? And Dr. Rentschler's like, okay, well, that's the only test he did. So if he's not saying that's how the arm was positioned, then that means he didn't do anything. Where'd your 400 grand go, dude? Because that means he didn't do anything. And he even said, he was like, both the crash daddies were talking about Welcher's test, and they were like, there's no scientific value to it. There's no scientific value whatsoever to it. All he does is stand there and say, hey, if I hold my arm like this would line up. Okay, yeah. But also if you hold your arm like this, here's all this testing that shows that it lining up right there doesn't matter. Because if you held your arm like this, all of these things would be like all of these bones would be broke, because you're holding the glass like this, and this pressure would hit, and this is the amount of force that would come at this amount, and it would break these bones. So yeah, you can line it up when you're standing like this, but what good does that do if we know that it's not consistent with being hit like that? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? There is no point of that. Do you know how much I could have done with $400,000? More than finger painting and showing a PowerPoint with a bunch of pictures of myself talking about my Garmin watch, but okay. But okay. Could you also put a clock for how long they've been deliberating today? No. I think it was 1 hour and 48. So if you take away 1 hour and 48. If I put another clock, then it'll stop that one. I can't have, because then that'll be 3 feeds that I have going right there, and it only lets me do. But it was 1 hour and 48 from the last time. And they started at 9 this morning. Every time my phone buzzes, I'm like, how I wish I was a fly on the wall. I would love that, to be able to hear what they're saying. We are going to this jury experience, I think is what they're calling it, where you go and I don't know. I don't know. Some jury experience is what it's called. I don't know but you go and I guess like they act out a trial or whatever, and then it gives you the jury experience, having to determine if you think they're guilty or not. Me and Chat Daddy and Sydney are going to that in, I think, August 1st. It'll be interesting to see. We can do that. Mock trial for grown-ups. I'm excited. I'm gonna walk in there. I'll be like, I'm a professional juror. Thank you very much. I'm a professional juror. I don't think his injuries are consistent with the taillight, et cetera. I don't either. I meant to hit no. Don't worry. There's always a few people who hit the wrong button. And see, yep, I hit the wrong one on the poll. Everybody does it. It's fine. Yep, I hit yes on accident. See, everybody. I saw that on Facebook, guys. That's where we saw it. We were like, that sounds interesting. And this is, we just now hit 8 hours. The last one was 27 hours. It was on day 5 that they called the mistrial. I'm pretty sure. 27 hours is how long my labor was. Oh, gracious. I saw some pterodactyls today while fishing in Bay St. Louis. See? We see them out there all the time. The 4% is trolling. I think the 4% were hitting the wrong buttons because after that, everybody was like, oh, gosh, I accidentally hit the wrong button. Because we had like 4 or 5 people in a row right there that said they hit the wrong button on accident. No court on Friday. Yeah, no court Thursday or Friday. Somebody posted that a few minutes ago. I only knew about Thursday going into today. Yeah, she just posted it too, I think. Gosh, could you imagine? Y'all, if there's no verdict by Wednesday, then we have a 4-day weekend for everybody to spiral. This one was a big one too. No salt or sand inside the taillight, but she drove several miles in the snow that day. Sounds as fishy as a little hair that could. That's a big part too, because not even just several miles, right? Like she drove all the way to Dighton. Like she drove around in Canton, and then she drove all the way to Dighton in that car, and no sand or salt inside of there. That's crazy to me. I remember when I lived in Ohio, there like sand and salt would be all over the car, all over it. What moment in court made you physically angry? Every time Brennan talked. Every time Brennan lied. Every time Brennan acted like a petulant child. The little hair that could. Shirley said, I'm already spiraling. I'm just here to spiral. Is there a limit to how long a jury can deliberate? I don't know how long the longest is. I don't know. Do you ever get snow where you are? No. Actually, at the beach, we got snow this past winter, and it was the first time. It was one day, one night that it snowed. I went live, actually, on my channel to show everybody, because it was the first time it had happened since 1987. But here, no, I've never, no. The longest jury deliberation on record is 4.5 months, according to Guinness World Records. Wow. That's crazy. It's so much more fun to spiral with others. Longest criminal case, 55 days. Wow. That case also took 11 years to get to trial. Just enough to track a Lucy. Lucy, she's not back in here, I don't think. I think she's still out there with Chat Daddy. He got home and the dogs wanted to go hang with him. Whose testimony gave you secondhand embarrassment? The cross-examination of Shannon Burgess. I watched that. The new Jessica Biel show. The Better Sister. Yes, I watched that. It was good. It took me, I finally just finished it the other day because I would put it on before I go to sleep and then I go to sleep. I'm so exhausted that I fall asleep. So it took me, I started watching that. What is it? 8 episodes, I think. I started watching that when it first came out, and I could only watch it in 10 to 20 minute increments because I would fall asleep every time. Who's the guy from the read team that always sits facing the jury? He does the tech stuff. That's Mr. Wolk. So he does the tech stuff. So anytime you see like, you know, them putting something on the screen or zooming in or anything like that, he does all that for them. Do you have any predictions yet, Brandi? Verdict today? I don't think we'll get a verdict today, no. I was thinking earlier that it would be Friday, but now that we don't have court Friday, I don't know if that will push them to try to get it done Wednesday, or if that just means that now it's going to go into next week. Oh, that's cool. My law school professor wrote The Better Sister. That's really cool. Your YouTube channel is like a magnet. It's almost impossible to do anything but listen or watch. You're messing up my circles. Sorry. It draws you in. So that we can all spiral together. Oh, dang. No wonder that one took so long. Longest jury deliberation in U.S. criminal trial lasted 55 days. In California, jury acquitted the 3 defendants on 8 charges and deadlocked the remaining 27. That's a lot of charges. Group spiraling. We're spiraling like the only fan here. Spiraling. Are you concerned since we haven't gotten a verdict yet? No. I don't expect one today or tomorrow. He accidentally found the microchip, so he's a hero. Yeah, that SD card. That when Brennan asked DeSogra if he was impressed because Burgess found that, that was really funny to me. Why do you think it'll take so long for them to find a verdict? Because keep in mind, they haven't talked about this like we have. They just sat through 8 weeks of trial and are just now allowed to talk about it. Think about how much time you've spent talking about this trial and add it all up. I heard Court TV today say that the prosecuting attorney put on an amazing, stellar case. Everybody's entitled to their wrong opinion. Let me shut up. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. Brady convinced me. They probably need a day of, could you believe they said that before deliberating? I just hope that they got ham sandwiches for lunch. The court TV feed on Facebook are in the guilty camp, post about it every day. I've seen, I saw somebody posted a screenshot of the poll from court TV earlier, and I think it was like 80% not guilty. I mean, like 80 or 60% or something like that. 70. I can't remember, whatever it was. Those are three very different numbers I just threw out, but because I can't remember what it was exactly, but I remember it was high on the not guilty. Do you ever accidentally call him Chat Daddy in public or person? Not that I can think of. Would you bring Karen on your show? Of course. The only one I wouldn't bring on my show is Hank Brennan. And the only reason I wouldn't bring him on is because I know myself well enough to know I would not be able to give an authentic interview with him. I wouldn't be able to hold my opinions back enough to question him on anything. And it would not be a good interview because every time he started to talk, I would have to make faces or say colorful words or mute him, because who, if anyone, wants to hear his voice? Also, I don't like him because of how I think he behaved. I don't trust him because of how he behaved. So there's no point in asking him questions, because if I don't trust somebody, I don't talk to them, because nothing that they say has any value to me. And that's just me personally. I'm sure it would get lots of clicks, but I care more about being true to who I am than about getting clicks. And being true to who I am means I would not be able to be nice to him. I don't like the way that he behaved. And if you can't be nice, then just mute yourself and say whatever you need to get it out. Oh, I love this. Hi, Brandi. Loving your channels. Watching from England. Free Karen Reed. My 17-year-old going to college to become a lawyer. That's cool. Oh, my goodness. Okay, if I found out that this was a possibility, then I would. If I found out that I could interview him and put a clown filter on him, that's different. Sorry, I keep yawning. I didn't get enough sleep. Hello, hello. Group. Look, I would rather have Rescue Randy sitting on here for a 4-hour interview than to have to do 30 minutes with Hank. What trial would you like to do a podcast on, but you don't feel you could do it justice or you'd be too biased? Oh, that's a good question. I'll have to think about that one. Is this Hank's first time prosecuting? I think he was a prosecutor briefly years ago, if I remember right. But he has mostly been a defense attorney. But that's the thing, isn't it? Like, I mean, and I've said it from the start, he behaves like my back. He behaves like a defense attorney, which means some of those, and that's the thing, it's like some of those comments and those jabs he's taking at the attorneys and the comments, especially because the judge kept telling him, stop making comments. He knows he's not supposed to be. Oh yeah. Casey Anthony or OJ. I think I could be, I think I'd be too biased to do Casey Anthony. Because I couldn't do it. Because things that shouldn't be taken as evidence, I'd be like, look at how she's acting. Like the thing about, her going and getting the beautiful life tattoo and stuff like that. For me, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to be objective on that one. Because I'm convinced she did it, and I wouldn't be able to be objective enough to do a podcast on that one. Would you be a judge in a Judge Judy type show? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The Zanny the nanny. Oh, Chad Dorman. That one was heartbreaking. Oh, that one was heartbreaking. Even when I did that one, I cried. But I'll say this though, even with that one, remember when, because I streamed the hearing and the sentencing, right? Remember the hearing where they didn't read him his full Miranda rights? And so they were wanting to throw out his confession and not use it in trial when we still thought he was going to go to trial. I looked at that and I was like, okay, Obviously, he did it. This is not a let's wait and see what evidence comes out at trial. This is a he did it. He admitted to doing it. They're throwing it out because now he wants to change, you know. He literally told them he had planned it for months. They showed up, he's there. Like there's no question. No question. And his wife and stepdaughter watched the whole thing. God bless them. Oh. So this is not like a, well, let's see what evidence comes out thing. This is like a, you belong under the jail thing. And even with that, when the judge ruled in favor of throwing out his confession, I agreed with it. I was like, yeah, I think it, you know, stinks that it happened that way. But that judge 100% made the right decision. They should not be able to use his confession in trial. Constitutionally, it's the right thing. So even with somebody like that, I can, you know, look at the law being applied objectively and say, okay, he made the right call on that. And remember that one cop who got there and told him, you have the right to remain silent and you should effing use it. And he said it on the stand. He was like, yeah, that's what I told him. I think that was like one of the first, let me see. Yeah, I think that was like my first TikTok of, yeah, that was the first TikTok I had that reached over 1 million views was the one of him saying, you have the right to remain silent. You should effing use it. Because they wanted him to shut up. They were so disgusted. Because could you imagine being, could you imagine showing up and seeing those? Like those. That affected those officers. Sue O'Connell just said, according to court staff, there will be court on Friday. So I don't know. Yeah, it's 3:41. Harmony Montgomery case was absolutely worst trial. I did not watch that one. I can't remember what was happening. Had this one just ended or something? Something was going on. And I was like, I can't mentally do it. Do you find it easier to cover cases where you believe the defendant is guilty or innocent? Guilty. So much easier. Because, and I actually, it's funny you asked that because I actually wrote about this in the podcast episode that's coming out tomorrow, but it is a lot easier to cover when you believe, like truly believe that they're guilty, because on the ones where you believe they're innocent, it's a lot of times the family will believe that they're going to believe the prosecutor, of course. You know, it's very rare for the family not to believe what the prosecutor is telling them. So it's harder to have, okay, for example, in Laurie Shaver's trial, the victim's family, you know, I got to know them and have become friendly with them, and seeing Laurie get convicted was this moment where I had this peace because the right thing happened. And I know that that does not give them closure, because how can you ever have closure on something like that? Like it's a loss, right? You're never going to have closure. But I knew that it was one chapter that can be now shut and a new chapter can begin. And it's a part of it's like a new part of life where now you have at least this one feeling of peace over this situation. And that gives a sense of hope, right? But if it's a case where you don't believe that they have the right person, or you don't believe that it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, or you don't, like, you have questions or whatever, those are a lot harder because you don't have that same peace when a verdict comes. And also it opens you up to a lot more criticism, which that part, I'll say this, going through the Karen Reed trial has been good for me to be able to learn what's important and what's not, the way that people come at you about things. Because people will, if you think that a defendant is not guilty, there are some people who aren't very logical, but they'll tell, like, victims have always mattered so much to me, right? Like, y'all know how I've always run my channel. That's a very important part of anything to do with this. What we are watching is the court process. We are weighing the evidence. We are looking at that. But the victims, of course, are important. And in the beginning, like when you have trials where you're watching and you think that the defendant's not guilty, I had, and still have, but I ignore them now, that group that's like, you know, oh, you know, hate the victim because you're saying the defendant's not guilty. The two things are not related. Looking at evidence and deciding what you think the justice system process should be related in relation to that evidence is one thing. That has nothing to do with how you feel about the victim. The two things are not related at all. And I think that in the beginning, when stuff like that was said, that would really bother me. And then, like, once you see, like, it's those same people who aren't logical. So then it kind of, like, over the last 2 years, I think that's one of the things that's been one of the biggest learning processes throughout this specific trial, is understanding that the people who try to attack you are not always logical people. And as long as you know what you're doing and you're doing it with integrity, then it doesn't matter. The Idaho Coburger. I was working on that one during lunch. Are you familiar with the Lori Ann Phillips case in Wisconsin? It's similar to the Karen Reed case minus all the corruption. Is that the one where it was the driveway? Didn't I cover that case? Didn't I cover that case? Is that the one where it was in the driveway and they had been partying the night before? Can't remember. The blonde? Yes, the driveway. Yeah. Yeah, we watched that one on my other channel. When will they dismiss the jury for the day? I would think soon. Let's see. Let's see if there's any more updates. What is that? No, the last update I see says just Sue O'Connell saying, according to court staff, there will be court on Friday. I don't see any other jury updates right now. Oh. Sorry, I keep adjusting. My back is hurting today. I think there should be a verdict by Wednesday. What do you think you'll take away most from this trial? Is it even possible to choose? Oh, gosh. That's a good question. I don't know. I've learned a lot from this trial. I think this has been one of those that I think one of the main things is to really question everything. Kind of like Lauren Conlon was saying earlier today when she popped on, that, you know, she has kind of like that. She covers things kind of like with a defense attorney mind, where she's constantly looking at, you know, poking holes and stuff. And I think that this trial has reinforced that. I think the Travis Rudolph trial was the first one that really made me kind of do that. But I think this trial has like kind of reinforced that. But also personally, this trial has been, I'm taking away a lot from this trial personally, because I've gone through a lot covering this trial. Christy G, thank you. I can't wait to hear all the deep dive stuff you find on Idaho 4. You're hands down the best at deep dives, not even close. I am a rabbit hole, head first rabbit hole jumper. Big time. What will she derive the most from this? Don't date an ATF agent. You're wicked hot. Always ask for transcripts. That's a good one. Never trust prosecutors. Always ask for transcripts. Yeah, I'm assuming they're probably about to dismiss for the day. I agree about Idaho 4. Haven't really followed, but excited to jump down the rabbit hole with you. Yeah, we'll do it the same way that we did Karen Reed. We'll do podcast episodes leading up to it. And then once the trial starts, then we'll watch it together. Love me a good rabbit hole. Sometimes I go a little bit too far because then I'm like on, somebody's sister's cousin's dog walker's Facebook page, and like don't drink and drive is a good one. Hi, Laura. Hey, Brandi, loving you from across the pond in Scotland. Let the haters hate, the lovers love, and the innocent fly free. Amen. Are you worried that there is a plant in the jury? No. I want to have faith in because both sides were able to voir dire. Brandi can't figure out how to turn on super chats. I know how to turn them on. It's not up to me to turn them on. So we just don't have them. Still. But I try to I miss a lot of text, I know, but I do try. And then when I get too far behind, then I'll scroll forward. But I always get behind because I'm always trying to read everything y'all say. We should chat on Signal then. That's the biggest thing I learned is that any embarrassing conversations I'm going to have from now on, I'm putting them on Signal. Ham sandwiches over everything. Defense team is going back to the courthouse. They are probably about to dismiss. Will you eat your ham sandwich in the corner? Nobody puts Brandi in the corner. Oh, I guess I'm technically in a corner. So yes. Oh, actually, so yes, I am in the corner. So I did eat my ham sandwich in the corner the other day. So the Reddit hole, a glimpse into the foxhole is best expression. I don't know how to work Reddit. I looked at Reddit for something a while back. I say a while back. I think it was like during Murdoch. I mean, it's been a few years. And I could not figure out how to work it. So I know I hear people talking about stuff on Reddit all the time. I can't figure out how to work it. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to navigate. I don't know how to do it. I tried a couple times and couldn't figure it out and just gave up. Convincing operation, teach Brandi Reddit. Because somebody told me that like Reddit has a lot of rabbit hole stuff. And like I've always been a huge fan of rabbit holes. Karen, parents, and the team are arriving back to the courthouse. All the tea is on Reddit. I just don't know. I don't know how to work it. I follow 42 channels on Discord, but I haven't gone in a while. It's confusing. I finally kind of learned to work Discord, but then it stopped working on my computer, and then I just gave up. I can still get into it on my phone sometimes, but the only time I used that one, the only thing I used that one for was mod chat. You're feeling uneasy. Why are you feeling uneasy? About what? About today or about them not having a verdict today? I assume that it's 4 o'clock, so they're going to be ending. You also need to start utilizing Chat GPT. It's such a lifesaver in my work. Yeah, y'all were talking about Chat GPT the other day, and I don't know how to work that either. I mean, I say that I've never tried, but what do you do with it? Somebody said you put a picture and it can make it into a video. But what else? What's the point of it? Use it in your job. How? What's it for? Oh, it's like Super Google, so you can like ask it things. Proofing and editing technical writing. A plethora of things you can do with it. It can draft anything you ask it to. Like if you have to, like a paper to write or something. Write things, Google things. So if I need sleep, I can be like, hey, Chat GPT, write my next podcast episode. I'm too much of a control freak for that, but AI search engine. I'm going to have to play around with it some. Oh, vacation itineraries. That's fun. It knows how to code and work Excel. How? You just text Chat GPT like a friend. It's an app, right? Where was that when I was in college? It's for plagiarism. Lawyers keep getting busted for using it. Oh, you can like, what, you can put stuff in there and then it'll tell you if it's plagiarized? I feel like your great grandmother who you're trying to teach to use Facebook right now. Like, that's how I feel. You can ask it to research for you. But I'm like super obsessive about my research because I only do things from like, because I would be too worried that it would find something that's like rumors or not proven or. You could ask it to summarize all the information, evidence given in trial today. Oh, that's what I spend 6 hours a night doing. People use it a lot for dinner ideas. That's the thing I always hated about cooking, is having to figure out what I was going to cook. ChatGPT hallucinates, so always cite sources for the info it gives. All right, the fan's moving. Only fan is moving. I'll play around with it some. It would be nice if it could help me like summarize some of the stuff that I have in my notes, but I couldn't. I'm too controlling with my stuff to be able to trust it to actually research for me. But if it can look at my notes and create a summary, that would be great. ChatGPT also gaslights, so be ready to call it out. I love calling out a gaslighter. You can upload your notes and then ask it to provide a summary. That I could do. That I could trust it with. That I could trust it with. Because then I can read it and know if it's my notes that are. Court's coming back at 4:20. They said likely for the end of the day. You can copy what you type and paste it. Look, if it saves me time, I'm all about it because I'm desperately trying to work on my work-life balance right now, which is hard when I'm constantly going through docs. And I have my Remarkable where I put all the documents on there and then I can just go through and highlight everything. So I can at least do that like when I'm sitting somewhere other than my desk so that I can get out of this room sometimes. Would you mind telling us a little bit about how you organize your notes? You're amazing with information. Have you seen my spreadsheet? Which I think is why it's hard for me to like, it's hard for me to let go and let AI, because I am so obsessive with it. Example, thank Brandi for a great job, ChatGPT. I just wanted to take a moment and thank you for the amazing job you've done. Your work has truly made a difference. I like that. Oh, you asked ChatGPT what its prediction of this case is, and it gave 40% likely for a hung jury, 30 to 35% for manslaughter, and 25 to 30% for second degree. I think they're about to stop for the day. They're coming in right now. They're about to start up, I think, and it says at 4:20, so about 10 minutes to, I think, release everybody for the day. I just got the My Remarkable Paper Pro, and I love it. That's what I have, and I love it. And I got, it makes life so much easier. And I got, the cover that I got for it is a, it looks like a composition book, but it's my Remarkable. I love that thing. Where can we watch your live from the last verdict? I need to see those reactions. It's on, there's a playlist for Karen Reed's first trial on my YouTube channel. I have that same cover. Amazon. We didn't get our not guilty today, but on the plus side, we didn't get a guilty either. True. What are we going to do without a fan to watch every day? Are we sure there's no verdict or question? What the reporters are posting online is that it is for the end of the day. Going to start a YouTube channel of just a fan. I made it into a GIF or GIF or however you say them, GIF, so that it constantly looks like it's spinning so that we can obsess over it together. fan replays would be crazy. Turtle Boy and DePietro got into an argument over what? Think of Ash Jeeves times all those trillions. She asked them if they wanted to stay until 5:30 the other day, but they didn't want to. Huh. They're in the courtroom. Let me see if there's any, if the jury is done. Sorry. I cannot stop yawning. I'm trying. But that's a really clean fan. Karen and her dad just entered. It's crazy how many people are there. And says, "This is the sleepiest I've been during this." Plus, it's just like by this time, just everything is caught up. Yawning is so funny. Your body's telling you something. My body's telling me I need a nap. Or to go to bed at 5 p.m. I had somebody in comments one time, I don't know, a year or so ago, say something about I was yawning on screen and they were like, I can't believe you would yawn on screen. That's so rude. Like, do the yawn emoji. Brandi, I'm excited you're doing Coburger. So it got me into true crime about a month ago, and how I found out about Karen Reed and then your podcast. I binged lots of your stuff now. The Coburger was going to be very interesting. Why would everyone come back into the court just to be dismissed? Is that normal? And by everyone, I mean the O'Keefe's and company. I don't think the O'Keefe's came back in. I don't think any of them are in there, but the rest of them are. Yeah, they have to go on record to formally dismiss the day, I think. Oh, the verdict brow story. I forgot. I'll tell y'all this. Maybe it'll wake me up. Jury is expected to be there at 4:20, which means I can probably stop the clock now. The verdict brow story. I have light eyebrows and I have thin eyebrows. I'm not an overly hairy person, and I have light, thin eyebrows. And somebody had sent me an email one day saying that they loved, my content, but couldn't focus on what I was saying because my eyebrows are too light or too thin or something. I don't have enough eyebrows. So I read that email right before I went live one day, and I was like, what? That is the most random reason that I've ever heard for somebody who, like, what? And so I was laughing about it on my channel, and then I got in the mail in my post office box, I got some of the tattoo eyebrows that, like, you put, like, you know how, like, you get, like, the bubblegum machine tattoos where, like, you just put the wet rag over it and it puts the fake tattoos on you. It's like that kind of eyebrows. So when and I bust out laughing. I thought it was the funniest thing in the whole entire world. So they were like these dark, eyebrows, very full. And so we were in verdict watch one day, and it was like this, where it's just me talking to a screen for 8 hours a day. And I was like, okay, well, got to do something to occupy the time. So I was like, here, we'll test out the new eyebrows. So I did it. I put them on live. I went and got like a wash rag and put them on live. And then the verdict came. So here's the verdict. And we're all like into this emotional verdict. And I'm live, and it's me and these really dark eyebrows. So then it became a thing. So then I would start putting them on for verdicts, because we got the verdict we wanted for the first few times. And then we didn't. It's not just the screen, it's us, your friends, remember? Yes, you are. But also, when it's only my voice and I don't get to actually hear your voices, then it's just me yapping all day. But it's such a funny, isn't that just the most random thing? That, like, I can't listen to you because your eyebrows are too thin. I thought that was so funny. And not even just that was funny, but that, like, that she took the time out of her day to email me to let me know that. That's so funny. It's so funny. Like, I just think that's... How long does it take to send an email, to write out an email like that? 5 minutes? 5 minutes of that person's day was spent on that. I just think that's so funny. Random. Use ChatGPT so a minute or two. ChatGPT.
Back in session, you may be
Tell her
seated.
her eyebrows are too thin.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling?
All right,
Dr. Corbin, please proceed.
so we'll see everybody tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right. That's it. That's it for the day. We will be back tomorrow morning. See if we can get something from them tomorrow. Even if we can get a jury question to find out what they're thinking or how they're feeling. What you thinking? How you feeling? Don't be nervous. Remember, the last trial was 27 hours. There are trials that I thought would be so quick, but they took a while. It takes a long time to go through all the paperwork and talk about everything and all that. So don't be worried yet. It'll be good. All right. I am going to go rest for a little bit. Take a nap and then maybe try to play with ChatGPT and find out what it does. I appreciate y'all hanging out. If you haven't hit the like button, hit it on the way out. I would stay and chat for a while, but I've been chatting all day and my voice is getting tired. So I love you all and I will see you here for jury duty bright and early in the morning.